Honorable members, praise. Almighty God, we humbly beseech thee to look with favor upon this Parliament of the Republic of Ghana. Grant that it may perform its high duty as in thy sight. Give divine guidance to the President of the Republic. Endow members of Parliament and ministers of state with discernment and vision, integrity and courage, that through the labors of government, this land and people may be well and truly served, and thy good purposes for common human life be in our midst. Amen. O God, grant us a vision of our country, fair as it might be, a country of righteousness, where none shall wrong his neighbor, a country of plenty, where evil and poverty shall be done away with, a country of brotherhood, where all success shall be founded on service and honor shall be given to the deserving, a country of peace, where government shall rest on the will of the people and the love for the common good. Bless the effort of those who struggle to make this vision a living reality. Inspire and strengthen our people that they may give time, thought, and sacrifice to speed the day of the coming beauty of Ghana and Africa. Amen. Honorable members, we turn to item number 4 on today's order paper. We will firstly look at correction of votes and proceedings. So we start with page 1. Page 2. Page 3. Page 4. Page 5. Page 6. Page 7. Page 8. Yes.
Yeah.
Honorable member
for Southton.
for Southton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I was here yesterday in the chamber, but I have been marked absent. I was here yesterday.
Yes, table. Please take note. But did you register? You were here, did you register?
Mr. Speaker, I actually signed the form that came round. And so that to me indicated I registered. I signed the form that was brought to me.
Very well. So table, please. Page 7. Yes, honorable member.
Thank you. I was right here yesterday in the chamber, but I was marked absent. Number 19, absent.
Yes, table. Please take note. Page 8. Page 9. Page 10. Page 11. Page 12. Page 13. Yes, Honorable Member for South North Tongue.
I'm grateful, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, item number 11 on page 13, the last but two line, the Accra race course. Race course has not been captured accurately. It should be separated. Race course is not one word, and the course should begin with caps. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Member. So, table, please. The race and course has been joined. Page 14. Page 15. Yes, Honorable Member for Adentan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm following from what Honorable Ablakwa said. Then, for the sake of consistency, page 15 as well, there's the Accra race course. So that should also be corrected.
Which paragraph?
The last but one paragraph. Now therefore, if you go further down, it says the last but one line, the Accra race course.
Very well.
Thank you,
Table.
Mr. Speaker.
Please take note. And finally, page 16. Honorable members, the votes and proceedings of the sixth session of the third meeting of the first session held yesterday, Wednesday, 3rd November 2021, as corrected, are adopted as the true records of proceedings. Honorable members, I guess members have records, the hands up, the official records. So, we start with the 30th June 2021 official report. The 30th June 2021 official report. If there's any correction on the 30th June 2021 report, the report is hereby adopted as the true proceedings on record. We move to 1st July 2021 report. 1st July 2021 report. Honorable members, in the absence of any correction, the official report of 1st July 2021 is hereby adopted as the true records of proceedings. We move to 2nd July 2021 report. We move to 2nd July 2021 report. Honorable members, in the absence of any correction, the official report of 2nd July 2021 is hereby adopted as the true records of proceedings. Then finally, the 6th July 2021 report. 6th July 2021 report. July 2021 report. Honorable members, in the absence of any corrections, the official report of 6th July 2021 is hereby adopted as the true record of proceedings. Honorable members, before we proceed to item number 5, which is questions time, I will invite the leadership from both sides to make a short statement.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me the opportunity to make this brief remark about the happenings in our country. Mr. Speaker, before I make the remark, I want to put on record that this press release from our colleagues on the other side, a copy of which I'm holding, before leadership took that decision, we had not received this. But that notwithstanding, once a decision has been taken at conclave, with respect to the chair, I believe it is only good and proper that we must not ambush you. Even though we took the decision and I came here and our caucus brought this one that we have to go and respond. And these are the things, Mr. Speaker, we want to avert or to eschew. So once we are eschewing those things from happening within our country, I must not still be holding onto the decision that we would have taken. But Mr. Speaker, it's all about the institutional collaboration that is not happening in the country of late, and which we as Parliament must see to it that we bring to an end. Mr. Speaker, we are saying this because this is the only time we have had about 29 or so years of practicing a republic. This fourth Republican dispensation is the only republic that has lasted for 29 years. But Mr. Speaker, if it happens that what we came to meet, we cannot build upon it, but rather we are undermining the very foundation for our existence, it will not help us. It's on that note that, Mr. Speaker, when we met at conclave, when we met on Monday, leadership decided that, looking at the nature of our Parliament now, the Speaker himself, the Deputy Speaker, and the minority majority leader are outside the country on an official assignment. So you were of the view that we, those here, must make sure we go by business on the other paper, and we should not reintroduce further controversial issues that will worsen or jeopardize the peace that we are enjoying as a country. Mr. Speaker, that was the firm resolution that was taken at conclave on Tuesday morning. We have been able to do well in going by that. Mr. Speaker, I'm saying this because recently, from last week to Sunday, a colleague was alleged to have been accosted in a church, but with the intervention of the Interior Minister and the National Security Minister, who happened to be two of our colleagues, the colleagues, Mr. Speaker, was not arrested. This is the kind of dialogue that we are asking for. But Mr. Speaker, looking at the tension in the country, it appears the gentleman agreement that they used to have on that very Sunday are being jeopardized. And Mr. Speaker, the Speaker himself is being brought into the issue. And Mr. Speaker, if we sit down and allow the Speaker of our Parliament, the leadership of our Parliament, the members of our Parliament to be attacked or to be at loggerheads with other institutions, Mr. Speaker, it will not help any other person. It's on that note that when we met this morning, we said enough of the tension, enough of the perceived fight, enough of the perceived institutional loggerheads. We must wait until Mr. Speaker himself comes. Then leadership, together with the National House of Chiefs, together with the Attorney General, and together with our colleagues, the Minister for Interior and the Minister for National Security, will meet and look at the way forward. That was the discussion that we had this morning. Mr. Speaker, I got here only to be given another press release, which seems to be pouring fire on the already existing fire. Mr. Speaker, we are already in opposition. We are ever ready to support our brothers on the other side to hold the peace together. Rather, if they in power or you in government, when we are ready to support you, you are not ready for the support. We have agreement. Let's hold on the fire until Speaker comes. And rather, Mr. Speaker himself is being attacked now. Mr. Speaker, how can we hold these pieces together? But I still want to re-emphasize that even though the Right Honorable Speaker is not there, you are here as the Speaker presiding over the House. The buck stops with you. Mr. Speaker, it is my humble plea that during the First Republic, when the Nkrumah's government was overthrown, there was no parliament. During the Second Republic, when the Buzier's government in 27 months was overthrown, there was no parliament. During the Third Republic, when the Liman's administration was overthrown, there was no parliament. And during the 1981, the Fourth Republic, we have been able to hold the state. People have been able to hold it together until we came. I'm a young man. We those here are all young men. We didn't live to witness what happens those days. Therefore, the interruption of any republic will not see the existence of either side. The earlier we came together to support you, to support state institutions to discharge their functions, support members of parliament to support their functions, the better for both sides, the better for you and I. On that note, Mr. Speaker, I still want to re-emphasize and call on my honorable colleagues that after this, even though it's unfortunate, to err is human, to forgive is divine. I have this, and I believe when my colleague on the other side rise to make comment on this statement, he will consider either calling on the press or calling on his supporters that their press release or press conference was done before this decision came. And therefore, in being in government, they must make sure that we work together and support each other. Mr. Speaker, I want to call on our supporters nationwide that the times in which we are not good for anybody. If we want to protect our democracy, we must support our institutions to deliver. We must dialogue and engage. Democracy calls for dialogue. Democracy calls for engagement. Democracy calls for delivery of social services for our people. If we can't deliver such services, we should not create further tensions that will endanger their private businesses. With these few comments, Mr. Speaker, I want to call on police once again, let's full health prevail until Mr. Speaker comes and that engagement takes place. Mr. Speaker, in doing so, I want to thank the Minister for Interior, who happened to be the Deputy Minority Leader of this House and on this side. Mr. Speaker, he played a key role in making sure that the police who were going to arrest the Honorable Soso withdrew from the church on that very day. Even though, Mr. Speaker, Honorable Soso may be free now, Mr. Speaker, he's still one of us. And once a former leader of the House, he must support, Mr. Speaker, to make sure that they are able to build bridges with other institutions. The Council of State too, Mr. Speaker, in the last budget, this House was fighting to give them their independence. And therefore, we consider them as a second chamber of this House. Therefore, once we are calling for independence of other state institutions, we must respect each other and work together for the survival of our country. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity.
Yes, can I hear from the majority leadership?
Well, Mr. Speaker, there's no doubt in my mind that the position taken by Honorable Ahmed to the effect that democracy requires dialogue is the right thing to do to sustain our democracy. No doubt at all. The issue of our colleague and the police investigating a certain conduct is a matter that I think that we can manage and avoid unnecessary escalation. Mr. Speaker, I need to put on record that this won't be the first, neither would it be the last. I recall in days in opposition, our law firm had issues with GRA. I recall the intervention made by Honorable Dominic Ayini, the then Deputy Attorney General, in drawing attention to the authorities that they should follow due process. These were behind the scenes engagement. I was taken aback when Sosu's matter got out of hand. He's been a very respected friend, and we engaged each other and we were trying to direct him on a certain path that will not get everybody in. But be that as it may, what is out there is out there. I believe the essence of Honorable Ahmed's position is for us to keep calm and avoid further getting the matter out of hand. And also assist you, Mr. Speaker, in managing this House. He made a point of our collaboration with other state institutions. Yes, we need it. We are not a standalone institution where one institution says, I'll flex my muscle. We need to work together and have an understanding. I believe it's in that spirit that the Honorable Minister of Interior and the Honorable National Security Minister work together in getting to a certain agreement in managing the matter. On our side, I believe that he made reference to a statement. I believe that that was before we came to this conclusion on the way to go. But the essence of the position taken earlier was not in any way to undermine the authority of Mr. Speaker. No, not at all. You know, he's the one who presides over our assembly, and the majority leadership would continue to respect his authority. The essence of the earlier communication was basically to restate the convention and the protocol. I view that perhaps an engagement with the leadership would have still gotten the matter resolved. It appears that we're working across purposes. So, Mr. Speaker, I would conclude by saying that colleagues should, as much as possible, forthwith stay away from further escalation of this matter by way of their comments in the media. As for the media, you can't stop them from interrogating. They would want to pick their news and be asking you several questions. And I would also plead with Honorable Sosu, you know, if he gets the opportunity to hear what others have gone through and how they manage themselves to resolve it, he may see that perhaps this is just a tip of the iceberg. So please, you should also try and stay out of the media, and let's manage the situation. And I believe that at the end of the day, the rule of law will reign, and he should feel free to make himself available for parliamentary duty. And if it is said that he has to submit himself to the law, nothing. He's a lawyer, and he should have confidence that when it comes to this matter, all of us are in this together. Nothing can happen to him. Nothing can happen to him. It is not possible in Ghana today. Nobody can use the law against you in a manner that you cannot have a fair representation. So he should be assured. I thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague, Ahmed. No wonder is a Pentecost elder. I've enjoyed this cooperation so much, and I believe that our bosses will come and see that we were able to hold the fort during their unavoidable temporary absence. Mr. Speaker, I thank you so much, indeed, and may God bless this Parliament.
Yeah. Well, thank you. Honourable Member, this is not meant for debate. It's just a statement that has been agreed only for the leadership. So it's not meant for debate. So, honourable members, I think the two leadership have spoken, and I don't have much to add, just to also entreat members to hold on their peace. Let's ensure that we are part of the leadership of this country, and our focus should always be to help the delivery of goods and services our people are seeking from us. So any banter with any institution that will not help us to generate these goods and services that our people are seeking from us, please, let's try and minimize this. So I therefore entreat all of you to remain calm as leadership is trying to make sure we put hold on all this fire that is endangering. So, honorable members, on behalf of leadership, I also add my words and my voice to let's keep calm and make sure that our mutual interest, which is the peace of this country, is not endangered. So I thank you for making this short statement. So this is just a short statement, and we will proceed with our item number 5 on today's order paper, which is questions. And Honorable Minister for Interior is here to answer questions from honorable members. Is here to answer 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 questions. We will start with a question from Honorable Member for Ho Central, Honorable Benjamin Komla Podu. Honorable, the Minister is available. You may take the floor and ask your question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask the Minister for the Interior what steps the National Disaster Management Organization, NADMO, is taking to provide urgently needed relief to the people of Kwengwe, Shua, and the whole model school, whose schools, health center, and private buildings have had their roofs ripped off by the recent rainstorms in the municipality.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the National Disaster Management Organization, as at 7th July 2021, confirmed receipt of approval or release of funds by the Ministry of Finance to procure relief items for distribution to victims of recent flooding in Greater Accra, Central, Volta, Ashanti, and other parts. And the areas you mentioned are covered by that approval and release. Thank you. That's what is happening.
Yes, Honorable Member, any supplementary question?
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to find out from the Minister whether he is aware of a reply from the NADMO Director of Administration, Mr. Benjamin Owusu-Afriye, to my request, which he, from a private discussion, asked me to write to him, and which I did. Is he aware of the response or the letter written to me by the Director of Administration of NADMO? In fact, the letter was directed to him and then copy given to me.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Honorable Member of Parliament did meet me personally, and I advised on a further follow-up by him, and he wrote, but he has neither come back to me nor have I seen a reply from the administrator. I would rather that if there is any such, I'm prepared to follow it up with you if there is a need to take remedial action. But I agree with you to write. I'm not aware you wrote. I've not seen the reply, and I rather would not want to be dishonest about anything in the circumstance. But I'm prepared hereafter, if you come with your reply and there's any action to be taken, we'll take it right together today. Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Member.
Mr. Speaker, I think that the Minister should be aware of the content of the letter sent to me by the Director of Administration. So I crave your indulgence to read it for him so that he can appreciate my concern. And I read. Fund requirements for repair to destroyed facilities during brainstorm in who.
Honorable Mr. Speaker, let's be fair to each other. We are colleague MPs. You met me further to encourage, and we agreed you should write. You wrote, I have no notice of it. You had a reply, I have no notice of it. Why would you be in a hurry to read the contents here and saying that I should know about it? I do not know about it. And what is the difficulty with you meeting me so that we deal with it? I don't know the purpose of this reply. I haven't seen your letter. Neither have I seen the reply. So what comments will you expect from me? I think for the mutual respect we have for each other, it's unfair for you to read comments of the letter. I haven't seen your letter. Neither have I seen the other letter. And I told you that you had the right to come to my office anytime. You haven't been there to discuss this matter. So, Mr. Speaker, I think that that is not a matter that should be raised here, except we want, some red herring. We want to solve the problem. There's a problem. Can we look at the letter you wrote that I'm not aware and the reply you have received and deal with it? The issue is to deal with and solve the problem. I don't know about it.
Very well. So, Honorable Member, I think some of these matters you can deal with him on personal score. Right. So you may ask your last supplementary question if there's any.
Mr. Speaker, if the reason why I wanted the minister to know of what the Director of Administration wrote is that it is not only for my municipality, judging from the comment made in this letter. It affects all parts of the country. That is why I am looking at it from a national perspective, rather than just between him and me. You see, because the content of the letter seeks to abdicate responsibility virtually everywhere. And I want him to know so that he can comment on it, so that everybody in this country knows what NADMO should do.
Honorable Member, well noted. But this is not a question. This is not a question. You don't have any further question?
Honorable,
Minister, hold on. Minister, hold on a bit. Honorable Member, you don't have to just comment on the answer the minister gave you. If you have further questions, just ask.
Mr. Speaker, what I'm saying is that what is NADMO going to do about the disaster? The disaster in my constituency and elsewhere.
Minister, if you are minded to answer the question.
Mr. Speaker, the response is that resources have been released. If there is a difficulty that your people have not received anything, I would have to know that and deal with it. But let me assure you that NADMO cannot abdicate its role to be responsible. But I invited you to my office, and I've since not seen you. So I am making the point that NADMO cannot abdicate its role. NADMO has said that approval to deal with this all the areas, and I'm prepared here after to engage you on that, and we get to the bottom of the matter. I don't see any other thing that I can do because I don't know what you've got in you. Thank you.
Honorable, you've exhausted your 3 other supplementary questions. Yes, we move to question number 5E, which is an urgent question from Honorable Roxanne Nelson Kwame Defiamapo, MP for South Dai. Honorable Member, your minister is around. You may ask the question.
Speaker, I thank you for the opportunity to ask the Honorable Minister for the Interior the steps the ministry is taking to curb the smuggling of fertilizers meant for the planting for food and jobs program across the country's borders. I thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the ministry had put in place measures to curb the smuggling of fertilizer through our borders. An agreement was reached with key stakeholders to ensure that no fertilizers are sold or moved after 18 hours, which is 6 p.m., along or within the border towns to curtail movement under the cover of darkness. Also, intensive border checks by border security agencies, Operation Conquered Face teams, and static patrols along the border crossings are ongoing to deter and intercept smugglers, and some have in fact been intercepted. In addition, the agricultural officers now maintain a supervisory role on the warehouses that stock and sell the fertilizers that have been subsidized, to daily take stock and lock the gates of these warehouses by adding their own padlocks to the existing ones and return in the morning to open. So, Mr. Speaker, there is this double security now, not just those who keep the keys, but the agri officers have also added their padlocks. And the agri officers also keep copies of the sales receipt for purposes of accountability. Mr. Speaker, these are the measures that have been put in place to check the smuggling of planting for food and jobs fertilizer.
Yes, honorable member, any supplementary question?
Mr. Speaker, that is so. Mr. Speaker, the Honorable Minister has briefed the House indeed regarding the steps his ministry has taken to, as it were, prevent the smuggling of fertilizer across the borders. Indeed, he makes the point that in the course of doing that, there have been some seizures and arrests. And so my simplest question is whether these persons who were arrested and fertilizers seized from them in an attempt to take them across the border, whether they've been prosecuted to serve as a deterrent to others who may want to do that. Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, yes, they have the steps to prosecute. Indeed, in one of the cases, the vehicles was confiscated. The officers, including the immigration officers who were involved, have been rewarded and promoted, and action is still ongoing. But I will have to say that all of us need to cooperate. Like me, who also comes from a border town, there are certain challenges that will need the cooperation of all corporations. You do know that in some cases, the whole of a house is in Ghana and the kitchen is another country. And therefore, the farming systems are such that they have farms across the border and within also the country. So these are situations that we need to work together to be able to perfect our system. Otherwise, there are challenges that we all know of. But I can assure you that we do appreciate your interest in checking the smuggling of fertilizer, and we are going to do more in that regard. Beyond this question, we'd also like to receive suggestions and proposals from members, because we don't know it all. And I would like to take on board any suggestions that members here who are in border communities will help us deal with the matter. But this is a matter that we must nip in the bud to make sure that our resources used to buy fertilizer is not wasted, dissipated by smugglers. Thank you very much.
Yes, honorable member.
Speaker, I'm glad for the opportunity to offer suggestions. And
is it question or suggestion?
Mr. Speaker,
your duty is to ask questions.
Yes, I do agree that I have to ask further supplementary questions.
Yes.
But the Honorable Minister is also open to suggestions, as it were, to further assist.
Is it suggestions or answering, proffering solutions?
Very well, Mr. Speaker. I
if you know you don't have any further questions, let's move on.
Very well.
If it is just suggestions, then see him privately.
Very well, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I take a guide. Mr. Speaker, my final supplementary question in this matter will be, will the Honorable Minister for the Interior be amenable to coding the various warehouses dotted in the various districts in such a way that the quantity of fertilizers or the number of fertilizers that is supposed to come to Southern, for instance, will have special codes and meant for the special warehouse. So that when you see fertilizers meant for Southern across the border in Xi'an, you'll be able to tell. Will he be amenable to take such steps as a further way of strengthening the checks and the checks against the smuggle of fertilizers across the country's borders to other countries?
Yes, Minister.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. The suggestion of the Honorable Member of Parliament is worth considering. You would see that in the digitalization process, one of the things we want to be able to deal with is resources meant for farmers. I would bring this to the team to see how beyond marking them as fertilizers under the program, whether we could do it specifically for the various stations is a thing that we could consider. But we are all concerned to make sure that we get this. Being a lawyer, and I'm happy you are sitting close to another one, sometimes we do know the technicalities that come our way when we decide to check smuggling of fertilizer. Because you do know that as long as the movement is within the country, you and I will be the ones who will go to court to say it is not conclusive that the fertilizer is going out of the country. And you do know that such arguments in court would carry the day. And so what we then have to do is you have to wait until they get there. When you stop them, they change their moves. And then also, they appear to be breaking bulk to see that it's not easy for them to take the fertilizer out in that quantity. So when they stop within the community, what we need intelligence on is when they break the bulk and how the bulk then goes across the border. It could then be by head loads and other processes. And we are all working together, as you do know, that the border is porous in many parts and there are a lot of unapproved routes. Parliament has been supportive and we are looking forward to actually, allocating resources with your approval to set up more border posts in between. This country, you go to Aflawa and you see a gateway, welcome and goodbye. Then between that and the next one is a wide span of unprotected and unapproved routes. And they remain a challenge. But yes, we would be prepared to take on and consider that proposal. Thank you.
Yes, let me invite Honourable Member for Boko Central.
Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker. Honorable Minister, fertilizer is a bulk commodity, not like cocaine or other drugs where it's easy to sneak it across borders and it's difficult. Bulk commodity, transported in articulated trucks and huge cargo trucks, and very often between, let's say in my constituency, Boku, or even Pusga and Kunugugu, the number of trucks that you see, you can imagine that all the farms there can even utilize those fertilizers if they are shared to the farmers there. What measures do you have to ensure the commitment of the security agents who are at the borders to really prevent crossing with these fertilizer products? The commitment of the individual security agents, for me, is the key issue in this. What measures do you have to ensure their actual commitment to preventing smuggling?
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the issue that has been raised by the honorable member is very important. And as I said, in one of the cases at the Hamley border, because it was a vehicle, immediately it slipped across the border, they were arrested. This argument of the quantity relative to the need in the area has been something that we try to pursue. But, for instance, at one time we said the number of trucks carrying fertilizer into the Upper West region, we suspected far exceeded the need for it. But when the vehicles are stopped in Wa, you and I know that a case of smuggling cannot be easily made. Yes, the other thing is that we probably need to develop our database that will give us definite figures as to acreages within the areas beyond and how much you actually need there. But the point you make is valid. What did we do? In the case of those who are arrested, it's a stick and carrot approach. They were promoted. And those we find not to be as responsive, we put before disciplinary committee. And if we have evidence, we dismiss. That is the approach that we are using so far. But it remains still, as you know, a challenge. You and I are very familiar in Boku. I mean, I think our people on the ground are far, far smarter than we think. But yes, I think that we need information. Otherwise, all you have is circumstantial evidence. And if I give you, giving me a submission on that, and it becomes a challenge. But do what we can do. Thank you.
Honorable James, it's your concern.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to find the Honorable Minister of the Interior whether he sees this interstate collaboration as a way of dealing with the smuggling of fertilizer across the border. Maybe they could have a framework similar to the Accra initiative that they put in place to deal with terrorism because of its cross-border nature. So I just want to find out from him whether they are collaborating with Burkina Faso, Cote d'Ivoire in that regard.
Well. Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Yes, there is collaboration. There is collaboration along all the borders, Togo, Burkina, and Cote d'Ivoire. There is. But I'm not aware maybe intelligence comes to us and we can use. But you see, you and I have a community normally before you get to the next stop. The gap between the Ghana security and the other country's security continues to be a gap within which a lot of activities take place which kind of thwart our efforts. So what I'm saying is that but we could do better with the results that we are getting. Because we suspect that when they get into that belt, a lot of rebargaining is done. And therefore, you might think on the other side that you see fertilizer, but you don't have the evidence that this is actually fertilizer. But yes, it is there. But although with criminals it's more direct, when there's a benefit on the other side, the need for us to make our case is stronger. But yes, there is. Thank you.
Yes, let him give the opportunity to. Is it Wild West?
Wild West, correct.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I want to add a supplementary question on this whole issue. The Minister of Interior knows that security does not excel in a vacuum. Is he considering a joint ministerial analysis cell, including the Minister of Interior, the Minister of Agri, and Communication and Digitalization, to be able to understand what informed our dismal performance in providing security for smuggled fertilizer going forward? Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, before the Minister comes in, we've agreed that there are quite a number of questions for the Minister. Members would want us to make progress, and in so doing, they should assist leadership. Let's limit the questions to the principal owners of the questions. Else, it will be difficult because some are constituency specific, and that is what we've agreed as leadership, and we are pleading so that we can make progress, Mr. Speaker. Else, we may spend over 2 hours on one question, and a lot of them and other members who have their questions program may not have the opportunity. That is what we agreed to do, and we are craving on your indulgence, honorable colleagues. Thank you, Mrs.
Very well, but Honorable Leader, this particular question has been on the banner in the country for some time. That's why I'm allowing people to come up with supplementary questions. But from here, I'll manage the number of people who will be asking the supplementary questions. Yes, so it's this particular question that I am allowing a lot of supplementary questions. So, Minister.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. The Honorable Member of Parliament for Wawes certainly is MP for a border community, which was one of the unapproved routes for a long time until we made it an approved route to be able to. But yes, it's a collaborative effort, multi-ministerial. As you see in my answer, we've now allowed agric supervisors to come to be the extra. Then the communication, yes, we are working, but I believe that if you take a place like Wichao, your constituency, there's a lot that happens that the locals have a superior knowledge of the area, and you would have superior knowledge over me as a Minister for Interior for your locality. The collaboration is going on, but still we need to do more, and I would say that we would like all of us, and I would like MPs of the border towns to be more involved. You as Member of Parliament, somebody's blocked his view. Member of Parliament, I cannot see the man who asked my question. What is that? Yes. Have been coming to ministry and giving useful information about security. I will encourage you to continue to give us information and proposal along the lines that will let us do a better job. But yes, it's multi-sectoral, multi-ministerial, multi-institutional. Of course, the District Assembly itself has a number of decentralized agencies which work under the Security Committee in the area. But still, we need more effort in there. And we are open to more inputs and suggestions there.
I'm giving the last slot to Honorable Member for Northton.
I'm most grateful, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I rise to ask the Honorable Minister for the Interior if from their assessment so far there has been any evidence of official complicity, because we all know that the borders have been, the land borders remain closed since the outbreak of COVID-19. You have talked about the unapproved routes, but so far we haven't heard anything about the conduct of your men at the borders. Have there been instances where there has been official complicity, and what have you done about that? I'm grateful, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Minister.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Yes, the Member of Parliament is right in the sense that the borders are closed, but you realize that there is still movement of goods and services in and out of the country. As far as that official, bulk is concerned, we have not had direct information on any of these movements. But I'll be surprised if any smuggler will attempt that, because through those gates, there's intensive, checks. But we have allegations against some of our personnel, like immigration, and we are investigating them to see what it means. But at the same time, I must also say that they have also made some arrests, and therefore it becomes quite mixed. What we need to perfect is a collaboration between the security agencies and the border communities, because without the support of the border communities, the impact will be minimal. But I'm happy to say that most of the time the border communities do come in to help us. So we need to continue to build on that, except those cases of families that overlap the border. But no, we haven't had officially through the things, but we've got some suspicion of some officials and they are being investigated. Thank you, Mrs.
Very well. Honorable members, we move to question number 5C, which stands in the name of Honorable Member for Southton, Honorable Kwabena Mensah-Wayne. Honorable, you may ask your question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to ask the Minister for the Interior the capacity the Ghana Police Service and other relevant agencies have built to combat the ever-rising incidence of cyber fraud, using names and identities of high-profile personalities in society to defraud unsuspecting victims, including the use of the mobile money system.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mrs. Right Honorable Speaker. This issue that has been raised by the Honorable Member is a very serious one that I believe we all here are victims of this crime. You have our pictures posted, and people use the pictures to actually defraud others. What we have so far, Mr. Speaker, is that the Ghana Police Service, in collaboration with UNICEF and the government of Ghana, has set up an ultramodern digital forensic laboratory at the Cybercrime Unit of the Criminal Investigation Unit, CID, which aids the analysis of seized devices used for cybercrime. The unit also serves through cyberspace to detect and prevent intended cybercrime activities. It is envisaged that the unit will be replicated in all regions of Ghana. The police administration has, over the last 3 years, taken off over 2,000 Facebook accounts and successfully arrested and prosecuted several suspects. Many other cases are at various stages of investigations and prosecution. Mr. Speaker, we wish to advise the public, and especially high-profile personalities, to report to the Cybercrime Unit of the CID on any impersonation of their social media handles for immediate action. Mr. Speaker, the re-registration of SIM cards becomes important here. Mr. Speaker, in Ghana, you can just drive and buy a SIM card, and it becomes a big challenge for us. Some of those SIM cards are used to call each of us here. Somebody can call you and threaten you. Then you should be careful. Otherwise, they are going to kill you. And when you report with that number, we can hardly trace the owner. And that is why we should support this re-registration. It's not that easy in every other country, developed country, for you to buy a car. So that is one move that I think we should all wholeheartedly support. And if we do that, it will help us. But yes, this is where we are that far. But it is a serious challenge that affects us all. Thank you.
Yes, Honorable, any supplementary question?
Yes, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I thank the Minister for the answer. But then I would want to ask whether the mobile phone entities, operators, are collaborating in this endeavor to build the capacity for the Ghana Police, because that is one of the platforms that is used to transfer monies. And they are, unique numbers. And these numbers, I believe, it should be traceable. If not, be able to use radar system, the Google system, be able to trace the location of these numbers. So, what role are they playing in all this that you are doing with UNICEF and other agencies for Ghana Police in ensuring that we have a very solid system in place?
Yes, Minister.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. We are getting some support from that. But, Mr. Speaker, you sometimes get a phone call and somebody tells you that he has mistransferred some money to you and will ask you for some information. And you'll be surprised how many of us are off guard sometimes that you might give the information and they use that to move the money. There's also this scheme that's going on where people give testimony that some money system is working. But what they do is they actually hack people's numbers and take them. When we get the report immediately, you can quickly block them. Yes, we are getting cooperation, but I must admit that we need to do more in that direction. We hope that the public will cooperate with us. The point is that it is coming to a time that you have to suspect anybody who calls you and tells you that he has made a mistake about something. You should maybe, as much as possible, or quickly switch off. But it remains a challenge. We are getting cooperation from the money vendors.
Yes, final supplementary question.
I would like the Minister to probably take us or walk us through the process of reporting. Reporting fraudulent accounts. I mean, when we observe that fraudulent accounts operating, say, in your name on Facebook or any other person's profile, and we notice they are all fraudulent. There have been instances we reported these accounts for them to be removed or taken off through the Facebook process of reporting such accounts, and they've never been done. So, is there a way the system is building a way? Is there a way we can report effectively to your office or a dedicated office or through the cyber fraud office, as you have indicated, such that this time around we can have such accounts removed? Because there have been so many reports, but then those two accounts are operating.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just as I said that over the past week we have pulled down some accounts. You pull down some accounts and they spring up again. In my case, there have been several times I've issued statements, they pull them down, and then it comes again. So it's ongoing. But what I would say is that we have instructions to all the police in the country that when you get that, they immediately call the responsible unit. And the police have been putting up numbers there. I would also want members to assist us by giving some of that even through the ministry so that we can follow it up. But it's really a challenge. They are doing so much, and until we win the digital war, it's not going to be easy. You pull them down, they spring up again. So yes, report to anybody, but let us also know, and we can help, because we are all at risk.
Yes. Honorable Member for BM.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I would want to find out from the Minister, especially that matters of cyber crime increases internally when a lot of issues are happening within agencies he has supervision over, especially in these few weeks that recruitment exercise is going on. You have heard, Speaker, a lot of persons purporting to be MPs and the rest offering non-existing protocol to persons and taking money from them through mobile money. That is well advertised. And when they report to the police stations in their communities, because the amounts involved seems to be small, the police don't immediately act with the... My question is, what he is doing to improve upon the reporting and the timely blockage of such accounts so that monies from our constituents can be saved and retrieved for them. Because if they don't do it timely, the money will go by the time they do the investigation.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we continue to try to take and react to each report. But the more important thing, Honorable Member, is that why are Ghanaians confused about recruitment that you have to pay money to MP or to minister? It does not work. That is the basic thing that they must understand. And that no MP or no minister will ask them for money. That is the better way to actually check them. But it's a rat race. You get it, and you try to follow, and then all these things come in. But there is a committee under the Vice President, again multi-sectoral. But we need to build, and we are building the capacity, our digital capacity, to be able to deal with it. So yes, we are going to continue to be doing that, but there's a lot of work to be done. But the populace must be told that MPs and ministers do not recruit. and therefore they should not pay monies at all. I think that's the best way out, because in the end they get cheated, and so they should stop that practice. But yes, it is a thing, and I would let the IGP know that there is this impression that when people report they are not responsive. I will let the police service know that and try to take steps to deal with it.
Yes, Honorable Member for Saraga.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to find out from the Interior Minister how the fraudsters, those who tend to use the mobile money system to extort money from innocent Ghanaians, how are they able to circumvent the mobile money registration process? I mean, those of us who have that account, we went through stringent means to get registered on mobile money. How are they able to do that, such that after they've defrauded people and a report is made to the agency, they are told that it's a fake account? Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable, Right Honorable Speaker. Yes, the problem is being exacerbated by the unregistered SIM cards that people are using. So when you try to follow, then you see that you come to a dead end, because the records do not show who actually owns that number, and that is why the re-registration under the auspices of the Communications Ministry, we should encourage people to do that. There are a lot of floating numbers that you cannot find a person, but when we do find, it's very, very valuable in security matters. There are no more investigations that are assisted when we are able to find the owner of it. But many of them are floating, we cannot find them because the SIM cards are not registered in the first place. So that is a challenge. Thank you.
Leader, are you asking? That's the last question. Honorable, next time then you come in.
Mr. Speaker, what I have not heard, and I want to ask from the Honorable Interior Minister, this is a question about cyber crime unit at the Ghana Police Service. I wanted to know what is the collaboration between your ministry, the Ministry of Finance, and the Ministry of Communication in fighting this? Because this cannot be a sole responsibility of the Ministry of Interior. The Ministry of Communication may have a role to play. Since in connection of finance, Bank of Ghana, the Ministry of Finance may also have it. Is there that collaboration? We want to know.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. There is that collaboration, and on that committee, we have finance, because that's where you have the FIC, that is to check money laundering. You have communications, you have interior, you have defense, you have national security, even foreign you have, because these are all complicated things. So yes, it's multi-ministerial, and not one ministry can deal with it. But we still need further investment that I believe we might come to build our capacity to deal with that. You see, even the big countries, America will tell you that their political campaign has been hacked, and you have arguments back and forth. So it's not going to be an easy matter, but I believe that because we are a small and organized country, if we do put our act together, we'll be able to devise multi-ministerial, multi-sectoral. Thank you.
Finally, the majority leadership.
Mr. Speaker, the Honorable Interior Minister, in an answer to a question from the Salaga South MP, indicated that some of these SIM cards being used for mobile money fraud are unregistered, meaning that there are still access to SIM cards by these fraudsters, and they use that to defraud people. Having regard to the recent statement by the Vice President to the effect that Ghana is the leading nation in the patronage of mobile money in Africa, would he consider this a serious matter in working with the Communication Ministry to introduce a system that would compulsorily mandate all SIM cards to be properly registered with an ID before SIM is put to use?
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I haven't heard the objection being raised. But what I would say is that, yes, we would consider that, and I think the time frame that has been given is between now and next March that we should flush out unregistered SIM cards. Yes, I would work seriously with the other members of the committee under the leadership of Excellency the Vice President to deal with that. Thank you very much.
Well, honorable members, you can realize that I've allowed people to ask questions even though they are not the owners of the questions, because I realize these are general questions. If the question is constituency specific, I wouldn't allow any supplementary question other than the questioner himself. So bear with me. So we move to item number 6, and I would like to start with question number 400, which is on page 3. I want to start with the same person who asked the previous question. So question number 400, which stands in the name of Honorable Kwabena Mensah Oyomi. Just to deal with him. He asked the previous question. I just want to deal with him so that. So, Honorable, you may ask your question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Speaker writes to ask the Minister for the Interior what accounted for the shortage of fuel in the fire tender when the fire service station was called from Ajidome to attend to fire at Decode Hotel in Sugakope in April 2021. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Very well. Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Mr. Speaker, GOIL has been supplying coupons on soft terms to the Ghana National Fire Service. However, the quarterly release of funds resulted in an indebtedness which hampered the supply and provision of fuel to the stations. Steps have been taken to address the fuel shortage issues. So that was, it gets to a certain stage that even state institutions like GOIL would say, we cannot supply you because you haven't paid your debts to a certain extent. We're working on finance to see how we avoid such things going forward. But that indeed was a problem, and we are very sorry for that.
Thank you. Honorable, any supplementary question?
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, in his answer, the Minister's answer, he said steps have been taken to address the fuel shortage issue. So can the Minister take us through what exactly you put in place so that we don't see such recurring?
Yes, Minister, what has actually been put in place?
Thank you very much. The first one is to encourage, and some payments have been made, the Minister of Finance to pay to, as it were, reduce the indebtedness, and for a system to be there such that in these emergency situations they will do, and then we can pay later. So a number of institutions are involved. But you do know that our system is such that each step you have to be accountable. So even if a station has money, the station cannot take money and go and buy. And these are some of the problems that we have. But it's first from the finance and also from God. Thank you.
Yes, final one.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, thank you. I want to delve a little. Minister, tell us on the average consumption quarterly, at these various stations across the country. Can you tell us exactly what it is and then what again you are expecting as a build-up on?
Minister.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I do not have that information, and should you want it, I believe you file a question, I'll be able to, but I don't have that figure.
Very well.
Thank you.
Very well. Honorable, we move. Honorable is okay. If you've exhausted your time. Honorable members, we move to page 2, question number 150. And the question stands the name of Honorable Peter Lanchini Tubu, member for Wa West. Honorable, the minister is listening to you.
Right, Honorable Speaker, thank you very much for the opportunity. I rise to ask the Minister for the Interior what measures the ministry is putting in place to ensure that safety and security is assured the people of Wa West constituency who suffer attacks by robbers on daily basis. Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Minister. Question 150.
Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, we have one answer for 150 and 186, if I'm not giving you indulgence, because it's the same answer. So if you could have the question 186 also, then I could, by Honorable Mohammed Adamu Ramadan, they raise the same issues. Then we could have a reading of that. Otherwise, it will be repetitive.
Honorable Member Fadenta, did you hear what the minister said?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I did. Thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, I rise to ask the Minister for Interior what urgent steps government is taking to improve the security situation and incidents of armed robbery within the Adentan constituency. Thank you, Mr.
Very
Speaker.
well. So, Honorable Minister, you may answer the questions together, even though you can chip in the specific constituency issues.
Right Honorable Speaker, I want to thank you and the Honorable Members of Parliament for cooperating to ask for a joint answer. I do appreciate that. Right Honorable Speaker, the police administration notes that the two questions, 150 and 186, asked by the Honorable Members Peter Lanchene Tubu of Wa West and Honorable Mohammed Adamu Ramadan Adenta, both raised security concerns related to armed robbery attacks, which attract the same answer. Mr. Speaker, the incidence of robbery is being addressed by the Ghana Police Service, hence the adoption of various measures to robustly deal with armed robbery menace and other related violent crimes. As such, the police is intensifying intelligence, surveillance, special operations, patrols, public education on security teams within the country, including Wa West, Adenta, and Bulsa North constituencies. Citizens are urged through public education platforms to report any suspicious characters within their communities to the police or to any law enforcement agency for the necessary action, since security, quote, is a shared responsibility, unquote. It therefore behoves the general public to offer vital information to the police and other security services to effectively deliver their core mandate and to flush out these social miscreants. I have to, at this juncture, acknowledge that there is increased public cooperation to the police in that direction. Thank you.
Very well. So what you do is that you will ask member for Wa West to ask the supplementary questions. Then we give same opportunity to member for Adenta. So, Honorable, yes.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. As a supplementary question, I want to ask the Minister for Interior, how are you intensifying patrols? How are you intensifying surveillance? How are you intensifying intelligence gathering with an understaffed and under-resourced police, with the whole police district having less than 25 members without even a single vehicle to manage? Thank you so much.
Very well, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. How are we intensifying? And you are saying in the face of limited numbers. Yes, we have in the first term recruited 8,000. Please, to boost the numbers, we are undertaking right now 5,000. The police would want 10,000 a year for the next 4 years to get to its optimum. We are trying to do as much as we can. But how are we intensifying it? You do know now that there's an intelligence directorate that has been established, and now you have a multi, approach to these security matters, which seeks to reduce the impact of the limited numbers, because we have operations now that go across the regions. We have groups that move from here to the various regions, and I can tell you that sometimes at 1 a.m. we'll be giving notice that entering some particular places, and there's been a lot of movement to try to ameliorate the impact of the limited numbers. And I must say that there's a lot going on. And Honorable Member of Parliament, you've engaged me several times because you yourself have a technical background, and I would say there's a special operations directorate as well. So these movements make it difficult for the armed robbers to operate the way they used to. It was more predictable then that if we're in Wa West, they were depending on how many police are in Wa West and Wa. But because of what happens, where people can roll from Accra into that place and from other regions and cross, and more people have been deployed. You find that now we even deploy horses, we deploy dogs, we deploy people on foot, we deploy that system is giving us a lot of mileage, and I can assure you that we are doing a lot of arrests, and in some cases you'll hear of the exchanges and the robbers come out west of. But yes, we need to continue the recruitment, and you do know that now there's a special unit. They used to have a contact against terrorism. It used to be low-level institution. Now we have elevated it to national level, and we are working towards establishing foreign police units, which are going to come with superior firepower. And I want to acknowledge the support of Parliament in that direction. We've gone to a Kosovo a number of times on both sides, and there's been a lot of cooperation. And pursuant to that, we are coming to establish these APUs, at least one in every region. We are also conscious of the fact that we need to increase the accountability of our personnel, and we are getting body cams to be able to be sure, as the IGP tells me from time to time, in every operation They have to investigate to make sure that the activity of individual members is above board. And so those are the strategies that have come together. And I want to say that I can feel the increased public support when people come to my office and say, we want to report, we think this is one report, we get response. So it's work in progress, and it's a collective responsibility that all of us can take part of the progress that has been made, Parliament taking its part, the public doing so, and the police doing so with renewed vigor and strategies. That is what we are doing differently now.
Yes, Honorable. Is it not enough? He's giving an elaborate answer.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. One more, and I think that should be fine for me.
Very well.
Mr. Minister, you know as a matter of fact that the Wa West constituency is strategically located, very close to Burkina Faso and also closer to Cote d'Ivoire. For that matter, its strategic location vis-à-vis our attempt to fight terrorism is very key. Don't you think it's very important for you to strengthen local police capacity to be able to anchor this multi-sectorial or multi-jurisdictional police that comes across day and night? Thank you.
But, Honorable, is this a question? I thought it's a contribution.
Right, Honorable Speaker, it's a question.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Right, Honorable Speaker. The Honorable Member will remember that before his politician days, he was with the Ghana Police Service and was part of a delegation that I led to Israel. We went there to learn from first-hand strategies that we're going to use. And you do remember how effectively it was demonstrated, the use of motorbikes. So these days, we are introducing that squad in all the regions. So you might not see them in your region, but they move in and move out. Yes, we need more police in Wa West, as I can say for all the constituencies. But we are using some of those tactics to deal with it. And yes, Wa West needs some more attention. But you agree with me that recent weeks, the armed robbers there are more uncomfortable than they were 2 months ago. And the reaction when we hear and the action that is taken is very, very drastic. Again, I make no claims for it for one group. It's a collective responsibility. And Ghanaians are warming up to their responsibilities under that collective responsibility, not least of all, of course, the Parliament. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Let him come to Honorable Ramadan.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in the minister's response to the answer, he says the incidence of robbery is being addressed by the Ghana Police Service, hence the adoption of various measures to robustly deal with armed robbery, menace, and other related violent crimes. I want to find out from the minister, what has been the impact of these measures? Because armed robbery is still very prevalent in my constituency. So I want to find out from the minister what has been the impact of these interventions. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you. Right, Honorable Speaker. What we had was we had police in the various stations. Those police there generally took charge of the security in that area. Absolutely. You only had people coming in, reinforcements coming in when you called. That is no more the system. The system now is the surprise and roll into various areas. And if you watch, you will find that police officers, regardless of their ranks, have become part of the operation. Watch it. They do it. So it's not just Adenta police that will do, but you have the groups that can come from Tema, from Central Region, and breeze through those areas. So it unsettles the operators, because the operators, for instance, if they know that there is a barrier at a place, sometimes the armed robbers work, and sometimes they change over consistently gives them a window of opportunity, and they are able to get in there. They don't have that again. And just as I was saying in response to the honorable member for West, we have other special groups which are more operative now than they were in the past. So it's no more the static reality that identify police, if there are 100, there are 100, and that's what you're working with. No, it's a revolving thing that can increase your number between 1 o'clock to 3 a.m. to maybe 200, dwindle and come again. So it's a more effective method or approach to ameliorate the effect of the shortage of the police personnel, since we have not yet reached the 1 to 500 as desired by the was stated by the UN standards. So that's what I mean. Is different. And we now have a department that does more intelligence gathering, and I'm sure that we are doing more. I'm not by that saying that we've solved completely the armed robbery problem, and I can understand you, because I know you as a member of parliament, you are not satisfied until it comes to zero, but we are working progressively towards that. Thank you.
Very well. Yes, your last supplementary question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as the representative of the good people of Adenta constituency, what happens is that if there's any incident, you would find that people would sometimes call their member of parliament. What I want to find out, would it be possible to align the operational boundaries with the political boundaries? The reason why I'm asking this question is this. If you know my constituency very well, when somebody stays in, say, Ajingano, and there's an incident in Ajingano and calls his member of parliament and says that, Honorable, there's this incident here, my initial instinct will be to pick up a phone and call the district commander or the divisional commander for Adenta constituency and say that there's an incident happening or occurring in Ajingano. Can you intervene? Almost the answer or the response I would elicit from the divisional commander would be that Ajingano does not fall under Adenta division but falls under East Legon division. East Legon falls under another constituency. Also, if you know my constituency well, when an incident occurs in Amahia and the person calls his member of parliament and says that, Honorable, there's an incident in Amahia, my initial instinct will be to get in touch with the divisional commander for Adenta. He will tell me that Amahia does not fall under his jurisdiction but falls under OEB jurisdiction. I want to find out from the minister, is it possible to align the operational boundaries with the political boundaries so that it makes it easy for some of these operations? Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Very nice question. Minister.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. When you are dealing with a static team and you call the commander, he will tell you it's either here or there. But the patrol teams are not static teams. And if you actually call the patrol team, and I think I need to let the police give you the patrol team's numbers. When you call on the patrol team numbers, all the people on patrol will hear you. So when you are communicating with the patrol, the nearest team would move to where the action is. If we keep the police within the political distance, we are going to escalate the positive, the impact of the inadequacy of the police personnel. But if you call the regional commander or the district commander, that's a static team. So I think that I need to make it clear that the patrol team should make their numbers available that are supplied to members of parliament, that when you call that, even I can hear that. I can hear. There's this, and that. But we need them to be moving around. And we would have to do that. So we need, and that is a lacuna that we need to. I believe that it might be necessary somewhere along the line to have the police, meet Parliament and do give us a briefing on the new approaches so that we can all come into the loop. Thank you very much.
Very well. We come to question number 187. Honorable James Agaga, Busanov. Please,
Mr.
the minister
Speaker, it
is around.
appears the first leg of my question has been dealt with exhaustively by the Honorable Minister. It relates to robbery.
Very well.
Robbery incidents in the car. It's not constituency specific. But the Minister...
Yes, I know. I've indicated it's not constituency specific.
Very well.
So
but the second leg deals with a more specific issue, bullion van attacks.
Honorable, go on.
So I'll take the question and it will now deal with that aspect of it.
Go on to ask the question.
Very well. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So I ask the Minister of the Interior what the ministry is doing about the frequent shooting incidents around. No, sorry. I ask the Minister for the Interior what measures are being put in place to curb the spate of armed robberies in the country in recent times, including attacks on bullion vans.
Question 187. So, Minister, like he said, the first leg of his question has already been answered. That is the general armed robbery situation. So, I think the aspect which is left unanswered is the attack on bullion vans.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Yes, the Honorable Member has been rightly concerned about armed robbery in this area. You would see that in the first answer, we added Busanov and all those constituencies. And now with the bullion vans. Right, Honorable Speaker. The problem we've had with the bullion van is that there were weaknesses in the system, which is stated here. Mr. Speaker, the police administration has had meetings with operators of cash in transit and was resolved that banks to take steps to purchase armored-plated CIT vehicles and other related equipment for escort duties. In the interim, the police has re-strategized its operations as far as escort duties are concerned. What we've had is that we had banks using substandard bullion vans. They were not bullion vans at all. You fire a gun and then it goes through and kills them. And there was no protection at all for even the security personnel who were on there. But since these things have happened, those things are being dealt with. I've added that because he is somebody who has been drawing our attention. I just wanted him to know what it is. But that's the answer for now. If you have other questions.
Very well. Okay.
Mr. Speaker, I thank you for the opportunity. Yes, it's refreshing to hear the Honorable Minister say that the bankers and the police have come to the conclusion that they must now use light armored cash in transit vehicles to protect police officers deployed to provide security for those cash in transit vehicles. But it appears there has been some non-compliance by the police themselves, and I want an Honourable Minister to address this. There are service instructions, and I stumbled upon this a few weeks back, and I was really unhappy about this situation. You look at police service instruction 145 at paragraph 31, and it's stated in black and white that at all times police shall insist on the use of armored cash in transit vehicles. So this is a service instruction, but over the period. So I want to find out from the Honorable Minister.
The question.
Yes, so the question has to do with compliance on the part of the police themselves, and he's the minister with oversight responsibility.
So the question is compliance.
The police own service instructions makes it imperative. So I want to know from him whether this particular instruction is being applied now as we speak.
Well, Minister.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. You would have heard the police giving ultimatum that they were not going to continue until the bullion vans of the appropriate standard were introduced. But having said that, we all know practically that those things are not likely to be brought overnight. So we are going on, and re-strategizing is that we are applying our own resources to see how we can enhance their protection while insisting. And so far, Bank of Ghana is cooperating by giving the specification. And you know, Interior is supposed to give the permits, and we've started doing that. So yes, we are insisting on that. But practically, short of saying that money should be unprotected, we need to do so within time, and we are doing so with the best of our ability. Thank you.
This is not perfect, so I may admit one supplementary question. So
I'm very grateful, Mr. Speaker. May you live long, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this is a very, very important matter of enormous national interest. And if the Deputy Majority Leader will allow me to ask my question. Mr. Speaker, the Honorable Minister for the Interior has talked about the ideal situation, which is the light armored cash in transit vehicles. I want to find out from the Honorable Minister if there are some agreed timelines, because you've talked about what you are working with now in the interim, but what is the timeline? By which time can we expect that the Bank of Ghana and the banks will procure these light armored cash in transit vehicles so that your men will be protected? Because we all agree with you that what we are seeing on our streets are not bullion vans, and they must be phased out as quickly as possible. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I have to admit that is a mutual responsibility. The Bank of Ghana would play its part, and we would play our part. And then the vendors who are bringing the equipment will play their part. We are hoping that by the end of the year, we would have made sufficient progress. I see my nephew is writing down. We are hoping that by that time, so put hope. And I realize that you only wish the Speaker long life. I don't know if you don't mind. Thank you.
Well. So we move to question number 231 on page 3. The question stands in the name of Christian Utute, MP for Sege. Honorable Member, the Minister is waiting for your question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to ask the Minister for Interior what the Ministry is doing about the frequent shooting incidents around the communities at the Songo Lagoon areas. Thank you very much.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the impasse between some aggrieved chiefs, youth, and the management of Iloto Camp Ghana Limited over the 15 years leasehold agreement granted to the company by the government to mine salt in the Songo Lagoon Basin is still under investigation. The police service has, however, deployed patrol teams in the area to constantly monitor the situation to prevent further clashes. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, honorable member, any supplementary question?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. May I know from the minister, when will the investigation end? Because it's over 8 months now that the civilian brutalities and the shooting incidents have taken place over there. So may I know if there is any timeline? Because if you say it's still in investigation, it's quite a long time now, and we have no idea what is going on.
Yes, Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, with this question, we've asked the CID to expedite action. But, honorable member, you know this matter has been over a long period of time, and therefore we would want cooperation. We also want you to assist so that when the CID needs people to come forward, they would come forward and cooperate. But it's a matter of concern for all of us, and we do it as quickly as possible. And I do not have a fixed point in time by which this will be completed, especially of its complexity. And also, when you have chiefs involved, you always have to be careful between security and chieftaincy, because it then goes to another realm. But, honorable member of parliament, we are asked that the CID to expedite action. Thank you.
Yes, honorable.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker, again for a follow-up question. May I know from the minister, so far, how many indigenous have been arrested, and also concerning the police shooting, how many of the police were also, how many indigenous have been so far arrested, and I mean concerning the shooting, and then also those police involved with the shooting, whether some have been arrested concerning the brutalities and the shooting.
Yes, Minister.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I do not have those details. And Mr. Speaker, I need to emphasize that as Minister for Interior, I can only ask for information and be careful not to double and interfere in an investigation. It will become a problem. So I do not have those figures, but just to say that I ask them to expedite action, but I do not interfere with the investigation.
Very well. Oh, honorable, I thought you finished.
Appeal to the minister. May I appeal to the minister to really advise the policemen so that they will be a bit gentle to the, not necessarily gentle, but try to be, may I use the word professional with them so that we can coexist together. Because the brutalities, when you see some of the pictures, they are not at war. It's far too much. I know on the other hand, the civilians or the indigents sometimes may also go to the extreme. But with the police professional work, we can really live together. Otherwise, we are turning the area into a war zone, which is not going to speak well of the nation as well, not only the people of Anna. Thank you.
Minister, I haven't asked you to answer this question. It's just admonishing you to ask the police to coexist effectively with their citizenry. So we move to the last question. That stands the name of a member for Ashaman, Honorable N.S. Henry Nobi. Member for Ashaman, yes. Honorable Minister is waiting for your question.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I rise to ask the Minister for the Interior the total number of fire hydrants Ghana has and the status of these hydrants. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Very well, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Mr. Speaker, a total of 1,669 hydrants are being used by the Ghana Fire Service in the country. So it's 1,669. Concerning the status of the fire hydrants, 926 are serviceable, while 743 are unserviceable.
Yes. Honorable Minister, Honorable Member.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I want to ask the Minister, what step is the ministry taking to restore or replace the 743 unserviceable hydrants? Thank you.
Yes, Minister.
Right, Honorable Speaker. The fire hydrants are the responsibility of the Ghana Water Company. They are not the responsibility of the Ghana Fire Service. And sometimes that becomes the matter. So I cannot, we have made an appeal that something should be done about it, but I'm not in a position to say what they have done. So.
Yes.
Thank you.
Any follow-up?
Yes, thank you, Honorable Speaker. I want to make a follow-up. The minister is saying it is the duty of the Ghana Water.
It's a supplementary.
It's a supplementary. So I want this is a supplementary question. Oh, shit. So, Mr. Speaker, I want the minister to tell us whether he will appeal to the Ghana Water Company to station fire hydrants in all the market centers in Ghana. Thank you very much.
Minister. He's appealing to you to...
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, Honorable Speaker. But maybe the Minister for Sanitation and Water would be the right minister to make that appeal to. I've told you that we've already appealed, but it remains a mere appeal. But the minister responsible is the one you should direct this matter to. Thank you.
Your final question.
Yes. Right, Honorable Speaker, I want to know from the minister whether there's a collaboration between his ministry and that of the water resource and sanitation, because these fire hydrants are being used by the fire service. So I want to know whether there's collaboration between the two ministries. Thank you.
Minister, any collaboration between your ministry and that of...
Yes, there is collaboration, but it doesn't change who is responsible, and Parliament knows where the responsibility lies. We collaborate, but you want a program of work, the appropriate minister is the right person to provide that. Thank you.
Honorable Mutala, the minister is tight. Don't you see that?
In an earlier response the minister gave to the question, he said that it was the responsibility of a different ministry. Now the second question was that whether there was collaboration. You have appeared in this house to give us answers, whether it falls within the domain of that ministry.
Honorable member, the answer the minister gave was perfect. No, it's not. I'm not entertaining it. Honorable Minister, on behalf of this house, I would like to thank you sincerely for, even though you are part of this house, but you've been here to answer 9 separate questions, including 3 urgent ones. We are grateful to you, and you are hereby discharged. Yes, honorable members, we have a lot of statements, and I'll indulge you members to have time to allow us to at least take some of the statements. Other than that, the members will be complaining that they come out with statements and we don't take them. So please indulge leadership to at least take 4 of the statements today. We are going to restrict the contributions. So we are taking 4 statements today. Please. Yes. Leader, are you?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, if you be pleased, we would want to proceed to take motion number 12. We go, yes. 12, yes. Yes, Mr. Speaker, so we go to commencement of public business. Mr. Speaker, we go to commencement of public business. We vary the... Yeah, we'll do.
Very well. So leadership is varying the order of the...
The Speaker, ordinarily I will have no problem. But I want to know from the Deputy Majority Leader whether the Finance Minister is in the House. The Speaker, we are in the budget meeting. Finance issues are going to be raised. And I believe the Minister for Finance is in the chamber. If that is the case, Mr. Speaker, I will have no objection.
Mr. Speaker, the Finance Minister is unavoidably unavailable at the moment. However, Mr. Speaker, his able deputy, who is one of us, is present with us. The senior one, Mr. Speaker, the senior one is here, and then the junior one is also here. Yes, 2 deputies. One is a senior member of parliament. Is here, my own respected colleague, Abuna, and then John Kuma, who is a junior member of parliament, is also here. So, Mr. Speaker.
Well. Honorable Deputy Whip.
Mr. Speaker, with respect to the chair, I will have no difficulty, but just to let the Deputy Minister for Finance, the 2 deputy ministers, know and sense and feel the collective wisdom of this House. Mr. Speaker, I know they understand. And that message must be sent appropriately. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have no objection.
Are you commenting again?
Mr. Speaker, yes. I believe that Honorable Abno said, has heard the message, Mr. Speaker, that they must take all matters in this House very seriously and consider the times we're in.
Well noted. So, Leader, your leave is granted. So we move to page 3 at the commencement of public business. Is it page 8? Item 8. Which one are you dealing with?
Mr. Speaker, 12. Motion number 12, please. I stated so in my earlier application, sir.
Well,
Yet it is so, Mr. Speaker.
Very well. So, the Chairman of Finance Committee.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to move that this Honourable House adopts the report of the Finance Committee on the annual report on the management of the energy sector levies and accounts for the year 2020. Mr. Speaker, if I may state, I am presenting this report on behalf of the committee. The observations and recommendations made are not necessarily my own observations and recommendations, and I would hope that in the course of the debate or when members have contributed, you would give me the opportunity to share my own thoughts in order that I will not taint the report of the committee with my personal views. On that, Mr. Speaker, I will present your committee's report. It's the annual report on the management of the energy sector levies account for the year 2020, December 31 ending. And we go straight to page 2, where, Mr. Speaker, the background to this report and engagement with the government officials that came to us have been clearly articulated. It covers the energy debt recovery levy, the price stabilization and recovery levy, the road fund levy, the energy fund levy, public lighting levy, and national electrification scheme levy on the prices of fuel products. Mr. Speaker, we proceed to give the various rates under the committee's observation under paragraph 5. The purpose of the report is to inform Parliament on the management and use of the funds realized from the imposition of the levies under Act 899. Under paragraph 5.2, we see the volumes of the products and gas lifted in the year under review. And then under paragraph 5.3, Mr. Speaker, your committee's report looks at the total amount of fuels that were lifted under exemption from taxes. We see under page 3, under table 3 of page 5, the actual proceeds from the various levy lines. Mr. Speaker, under table 4, we see the distribution of the levies collected into the various accounts, the utilization and transfers to ESLA PLC, an institution set up to use these proceeds to address the energy sector indebtedness. The status of the bond reviewed and is captured under paragraph 5.7. Utilization of transfers to ESLA PLC also adequately captured here. So in summary, Mr. Speaker, the committee, after our engagements with the officials, recommend that the committee carefully examination of the report is of the view that the contents of the report satisfy the requirements of law. The report provided a detailed account of the volumes of petroleum products lifted, proceeds realized into the ESLA account, allocations into the various establishments and other accounts, as well as the utilization. It also provided information on the bonds issued by ESLA PLC to refinance the energy sector debt and their buybacks. The committee therefore recommends to the House to adopt this report on the management of the energy sector levies and accounts for the year under review. Respectfully submitted the committee's report. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Anyway, Honorable Ranking.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to second the motion. And in doing so, Mr. Speaker, let me the motion that this report be adopted. Mr. Speaker, in doing so, let me say that for the year under review, from January to December 2020, the government of Ghana collected energy sector levies amounting to 4.5 billion Ghana cedis.
Hold on, Honorable Atu.
Mr. Speaker, in fact, it is a very sensitive motion. and members, it seems it's only the chairman and the ranking who have copies. I just received a leadership copy from the ranking. And the Speaker, in order not to go and be saying things that were not in the report, I believe it will do us a great service if the table office, while the ranking member is on the floor, the table office can serve honorable members. And the Speaker, this underscores the application we have always been making. When documents are laid, and you give the directive that it is for distribution to honorable members, the papers must be distributed. Not that when a motion is on the floor and copies will then be given to members. It doesn't enrich the debate. And when somebody is on the floor and he makes a statement that is not even in the report, you can't challenge it because you don't have no copies. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to base on this. The second motion that will be moved after this, I believe while you are distributing this, that report too must be given to members. And the documents that have been laid since we came to this meeting, copies must be given to members. When that is done, Mr. Speaker, it helps research and it enriches debate.
Yes, Honorable Deputy Whip, I share your view perfectly. We cannot be sitting here and just be sitting on the fence. You wouldn't know what is actually going on. So, table, please. My information is that it was distributed to members yesterday. So, members might have left their copies in their offices. But, be it as it may, I think members need to have copies. So, table, let's reconcile this particular issue very carefully. So, Honorable Atto, you may go on. I hope the table will do as good by distribute to members who haven't gotten copies. So we may go on.
You read it.
Honorable, I've taken note of the concerns, but let's move on. Come again. Honorable Samson, I said I've taken note of the concerns. I mean, we'll move on. So, Honorable Atumpacho.
Mr. Speaker, before I continue, Honorable Ahi says I should inform you that you've not heard from him. So, what concerns are you really taking on board? Because he has not spoken.
No, I didn't say that.
So, Ato, let's move on.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, yes, my point is the fact that the government of Ghana had collected an amount of 4.5 billion Ghana cedis between January to December 2020, being revenues accrued to the Energy Sector Levies Act. Mr. Speaker, this is broken down in Table 3, actually in page 5, where, Mr. Speaker, every single levy item is actually shown here. Mr. Speaker, I have a concern. My major concern emanates from the fact that this very levy was introduced as a result of subsidies and under-recoveries coming from the energy sector, so that, Mr. Speaker, we will be able to raise enough revenue to pay off the debt. Mr. Speaker, unfortunately, the very sector that has accrued so much debt and government of Ghana is contributing, and the ordinary taxpayer is contributing through levies on fuel to repay the debt are not helping us. Mr. Speaker, I say this because if you look at the table, clearly ECG should have contributed an amount of 139 million for the period. Unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, even though they have collected the money, ECG has only paid 90.78 million Ghana cedis to the fund. The Speaker, same as NETCO. The Speaker, VRA is the same.
So you will notice that the energy sector itself is not helping themselves. In fact, the electricity sector or the energy sector is not helping themselves. Mr. Speaker, out of the 4.5 billion Ghana cedis that has been collected as part of the energy sector levies, only 3.6 billion Ghana cedis has been utilized or paid by the Ministry of Finance. Mr. Speaker, we asked this question and we were told that this is due to timing differences. Mr. Speaker, I also have a concern out there. Mr. Speaker, even though
so you are yielding?
Mr. Speaker, I'm yielding to him.
I haven't given him the right. So go on.
Mr. Speaker, even though government has collected 4.5 billion, only 3.6 billion has been utilized by the Ministry of Finance being transfers. Mr. Speaker, this can be found in page 7, table 5 of the committee's report. Mr. Speaker, again, I want to concentrate my debate today on the ESLA PLC. ESLA PLC. So, Speaker, it will surprise you to note that ESLA PLC from the time that we started this levy, which is about 6 years ago, Government of Ghana has paid to the ESLA PLC an amount of 5 billion. ESLA PLC is supposed, Mr. Speaker, to apply this money to reduce the indebtedness of the energy sector, particularly the electricity sector. Mr. Speaker, it will surprise you again to know that out of this 5 billion, they have also gone to the bond market to borrow an amount of about 8 billion Ghana cedis. 8 billion Ghana cedis. But what surprises me is, Mr. Speaker, the receivables being the tax money that Government of Ghana is paying to ESLA PLC, they have used only 664 million for the purposes of paying the loan, paying down the loan. So the loan in question has only been reduced by 664 million. So, Speaker, this means that about 4.5 billion Ghana cedis has been used for both paying only the interest and their administration costs. Mr. Speaker, this is something that actually became a concern to the entire committee members. We felt, and Mr. Speaker, I say it here, that the committee has actually engaged the ESLA PLC, and we've asked them to reappear so that we can actually audit how they have used the 4.5 billion Ghana cedis. Mr. Speaker, you cannot collect taxpayers' money for a purpose to reduce a debt, and in the end, the debt is not being reduced, but the debt is going up. Mr. Speaker, they have received 5 billion since 2017. Since 2017, 5 billion Ghana cedis. Yet, the debt has only been reduced by 644 billion. So the $1 million question is, where is the rest of the money? 4.5 billion. 4.5 billion. Yes, they gave us some understanding that they've used some for the purposes of paying interest. Mr. Speaker, I don't think that when you borrow 8 billion Ghana cedis, you end up spending 4.5 billion in expenditure are being interest only for a period of 5 years. It doesn't exist. Nobody has done that. So I cannot be convinced that they've used 4.5 billion Ghana cedis to service interest on a loan of 8 billion Ghana cedis. They have to come again. I even want to say that probably we will need one of the ministers of finance, maybe Honorable Abina is here, we will have to address us on a committee of the whole to take us into how ESLA PLC has disbursed this 4.5 billion Ghana cedis. 4.5 billion Ghana cedis. Mr. Speaker, the amount is too much. We cannot accept it. And it's important that all of us pay attention to the activities of the ESLA PLC in particular. Mr. Speaker, you will notice that in item page 9, item 5.1, over the years, ESLA PLC, as part of the bond that they issued, had paid down the debt of VRA by 3.4 billion. They had paid down the debt of Tamoya Refinery by 2.8 billion. They had paid down the debt of the Electricity Company of Ghana Limited by 1.6 billion. They have paid down the debt of Bulk Oil Distribution Company of 140 billion. And then Ghana Great Company, 70 million. Mr. Speaker, out of this that they issued the bond for, they have only paid down the actual debt, 644 million. Yet, the taxpayer has contributed 5 billion Ghana cedis. So we ask ourselves, what is the purpose of us establishing ESNA PLC? They have outlived its usefulness. Probably we may have to close it down. Probably we may have to close it down because they are not performing the reason why we established ESNA PLC. The money is being wasted, Mr. Speaker. I beg to say that. Being wasted. We contribute 5 billion and then you still have a debt of 8 billion sitting in your account. Mr. Speaker, I cannot accept that. Mr. Speaker, with these few words, I will say that we adopt the report from the Ministry of Finance, but indeed, we should be interested in the activities of ESNA PLC in particular, because I do not believe they are living up to expectation, and the functions that they are supposed to perform, they are not performing it to the satisfaction of this Parliament House. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Well, honourable members, the motion has been moved and it has been seconded. It is for the consideration of the House. But because we have a lot of business to handle, I may be inclined to invite 2 from each side, including leadership. So if leadership may decide to yield it to somebody else, that's another thing. But we take 2 from here, we take 2 from here. So let him begin from... No, but Honorable Chairman, let him begin from Honorable Dr. Stephen Amoa.
Mr. Speaker, I thank you for this opportunity. I have this short contribution to make. And in doing so, Mr. Speaker, I would like to address this issue of my colleagues from the other political divide recently constantly emphasizing issues about taxes and our debt issues. Before I do that, on the 24th of February 2021, the then Energy Minister, Honorable Amewu, made it so clear without any ambiguity and debate that the present government has settled all its indebtedness of about 500 million Ghana cedis and includes 2.63 billion inherited in the year 2017 under the leadership of former President, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama. We inherited from you. Mr. Speaker, 7 January is what? That is why we make statement you ask us to withdraw. 7 January, who was in power? We were changing. We inherited from you. We took over. Mr. Speaker, I would like to draw attention to this fact. And let us address the deception of they're always trying to say that our government takes taxes. However, we are actually increasing our debt portfolio unreasonably. Allow me, Mr. Speaker, to have some historical records to let them understand that we are better managers of our tax collections and even debt management and managing the fiscal space. In fact, in the history of this country, between the year 2009 and 16, our brothers, without any impairment of productivity as a result of the COVID economy, increased our debt portfolio over 1,000%. I'm talking about the use of taxes and they're making sure that our country is free. Mr. Speaker, between the year 2012 and 2016, they have collected plenty taxes, yet they increased our debt portfolio over 240%. They collected the taxes, yet most of the social intervention policies, they messed them up. In fact, they are the only social democratic group in the world that they cannot boast of one social intervention management, even though they collect taxes. So we want them to understand the fact that under his leadership, Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, under the management of Honorable Ken Ofori-Atta, yet we collect.
Honorable members, please, let's have a congenial discussion. I mean, he's talking. Take note. You also have the opportunity to talk.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The point I'm making is that even in terms of our collections, we had a shortfall of about 14 billion because of the COVID economy last year, and they are aware. They have not been confronted with these challenges. Yet, they collected the taxes and rather unproductively dispersed these monies into areas we cannot even account for. All that we are saying is that the push to even extract and reduce some of the tax components today that our fiscal space is congested and our debt portfolios are going up, and yet we need to perform our obligations and other statutory requirements, it wouldn't be prudent for anybody to make these statements. All that we are saying is that the report has indicated that even under us, we've done far better than them in this situation, and they are aware. So this issue of they always trying to paint this falsehood that we collect taxes and we mismanage them and our debt portfolios are going up and that we should stop borrowing and we should reduce some taxes on the petroleum products, and when we collect energy, then government owes this. You owe 2.63 billion. We have not even reached that value. So all that I'm saying is that, Mr. Speaker, in terms of relative management of these key parameters, whether petroleum taxes or general taxes, vis-a-vis our debt portfolio against the prevailing challenge of our congested fiscal space, we've done better than them, and they must rather acknowledge and appreciate and applaud this government for the good work that we are doing for Ghanaians today and tomorrow. Mr. Speaker, thank you very much.
Honorable members, before I call Honorable Dr. Kwabena Donkor, I would like to indulge you to allow me to extend the time beyond our sitting time. It's beyond 2 now. It's 2 o'clock now. So please indulge me to extend sitting. So, Honorable Kwabena Donkor, you may.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity. Mr. Speaker, I speak solely to the report before us, and I will avoid extraneous issues. Mr. Speaker, the Energy Sector Loans Act was passed by this House with a very definite purpose of retiring the overhang of debt on the energy sector. Mr. Speaker, the energy sector debt has been with us for a while, and especially in the electricity subsector, the debt is largely attributable to providing a regulated service at an unregulated cost. 70% or more of all the payables of the energy sector happens to be dollar denominated. Unfortunately, over 80–90% of the receivables are CD denominated. And therefore, any time the fundamentals of the economy become unaligned or misaligned, creating a new equilibrium for the exchange rate,
the energy sector suffers. This is one of the fundamental causes of the energy sector debt overhang. Unfortunately, the Ghanaian polity, as of today, still sees energy as a social good rather than an economic good. So we have a situation where a social good comes with economic cost but is treated as a social good. And therefore, we continuously add to the energy sector debt. And this is what makes it even more important that the taxes we collect in order to defray existing debt is applied religiously to defraying the debt. If we don't do that, Mr. Speaker, the energy sector will not only continue to accumulate debt, and in the last 3 years, almost every agency in the energy sector has recorded losses, all the commercial agencies in the energy sector. So, Mr. Speaker, we should not deceive ourselves that the debts are not increasing. The debts are piling. And it makes it imperative that when 5 billion cedis or thereabout is received, that money should be used to retire the stock of debt. This is, for me, the critical thing in this report. Therefore, the PLC setup must set up. If we are using less than 20% of what we receive to offset the debt, then we have a problem. Mr. Speaker, today we haven't raised 8 billion, Mr. Speaker, and this is as at 2020. By the end of 2021, the debt will have ballooned further. And so, Mr. Speaker, my contribution is that a committee of the whole should be involved in meeting the energy PLC setup for them to defend why only such a small amount has been used in defraying the existing debt. What have they done with the bulk of the money meant for defraying the debt? I believe, Mr. Speaker, if we don't do this, irrespective of regime, we will continue to increase the energy sector debt. And the energy sector is the engine that turns the Ghanaian economy. Mr. Speaker, I thank you for the opportunity.
Yes, let me turn to Honorable Member for Etiwa East and the Deputy Minister for Finance.
Ministers are talking.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to support the motion on the floor. And in doing so, I would like to thank the Finance Committee for the observations that they have made concerning the ESLA report. I'm also happy about the follow-up that they want to have with the ESLA PLC to drill down and find out why the numbers are so. Mr. Speaker, for 2020, we were able to raise 4.3 billion. 4.3 billion was collected and lodged into the account. And out of that, 3.62 billion was distributed as per page 7, table 5 on page 7. Mr. Speaker, all I'd like to say is this, that it is not proper for the ranking member to go ahead and say that because about 5 billion was transferred to ESLA PLC, and out of that, 664 million only has been used to service some of the bonds. The rest has gone into administrative costs and expenditure. Because we have invited them, we cannot sit here and conclude that this is the situation. So, Mr. Speaker, I will plead with the House that just like the Finance Committee has said, that we should invite them to come and let us drill down the numbers and see exactly what they use it for. But it's unfortunate that we will sit here and conclude that out of the monies that have been given to them, it's just 664 million that has been used to service the bonds, and all the others have gone into expenditure and admin costs. It's unfortunate, and I'll ask the ranking member, not come to that conclusion when we haven't finished. Because when you look at their report on page 9, it says that paragraph 5.9, the committee observed that since 2017 to date, a total amount of 5 billion has been transferred, and out of this amount, only 664 million has been either used to buy back and or cancel the bonds. But listen to what the committee itself said. It said that the remainder of the funds were applied to outstanding bond obligations. So we cannot sit here and conclude that it's just this amount that has been utilized in that way. So Mr. Speaker, I am happy that the committee has invited them to come and drill down the numbers. That is what we should be doing. But we cannot sit here and speculate on things that we cannot substantiate, Mr. Speaker. So with these few words, I'd like to thank the Finance Committee, and we look forward to a fruitful engagement with ESLA PLC. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. You are left with only one opportunity. Who is taking it?
The Speaker, do we have one after which there will be leadership?
I said earlier on 2-2. We have had 2 here, and we've had 1 here. So we are left with only 1.
On that note, Mr. Speaker, I want to yield to Eric to do the energy and agri economics.
Energy and what?
Agri economics.
Energy, agri economics.
Yes.
Yes, Honorable Eric.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in 2015, this House approved the energy sector levies for government to ensure that the legacy debt that was a headache on this nation and that was hindering the effective and efficient delivery of power to all Ghanaians, to pay them off, free the resources, and ensure that everybody in this country gets uninterrupted supply of power. Mr. Speaker, we all know that with constant supply of power, we can develop our nation. So we wanted to pay the debt once and for all, so that every one of us will be free. That was the reason why this House in 2015 was invited to approve that specific levy to ensure that we pay off the debt. Mr. Speaker, I recall during the debate, we were made to understand that there was a plan to ensure that within 5 years, proceeds from the energy sector levies could settle the entire legacy debt of this nation. Mr. Speaker, from 2015 to 2016, the first year of its implementation, the committee met and they were able to reduce the debt according to plan. Then a new government was ushered in. I recall, Mr. Speaker, when this levy was introduced into this House, some even described the levy as a nuisance tax. A lot of comments were made on this floor that Ghanaians were being overburdened and that we were suffocating Ghanaians at the time. Mr. Speaker, there was a promise to abolish this specific levy when the MPP assumed office. It is shocking that the very people who condemned the tax have now assumed office and they are mismanaging the tax. Mr. Speaker, the records must reflect that after 4 or 5 years, we are being told by the committee's report, a report presented to this House by the former Deputy Minister of Finance, who is the chairman of the committee,
that the NPP government has collected 5 million from the taxes, but they have paid just 664 million, Mr. Speaker. This is what is contained in the report, if you don't understand. Mr. Speaker, this is what is contained in the report. Mr. Speaker, they have collected 5.9 million, and you are saying that out of that, only 664 has been used to reduce the debt.
Honorable Eric, hold on. Yes.
No, it's million.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in view of the deliberate or unfortunate misrepresentation of what I said, it is important, Mr. Speaker, that I read out again and very clearly what the report contains. Paragraph 5.9 on page 9.
Honorable, I think if it's just a matter of reading it out, I believe members have it. I thought we were going to give explanation.
Yes.
Or they are giving false information regarding what you said.
Exactly so.
That's just a matter of reading.
It's not just a matter of reading. I want to foundation what the correction I'm going to make on this paragraph. I'll be quick, Mr. Speaker. The committee observed that since 2017 to date, a total amount of 407 billion has been transferred to ESLA PLC. Out of this amount, only 664,720,463 Ghana cedis has been used to either buy back and cancel the bonds. The remainder of the funds were applied to outstanding bond obligations. The excess cash has been kept in the debt servicing reserve account towards future obligations in accordance with law. It is completely misleading, and I dare say dishonest, for anybody to misrepresent what we have presented to me, that somehow so much was collected, only a small amount has been used to do legitimate expenditures, and somehow the rest are wasted. Mr. Speaker, because the Finance Committee, I close on this, because the Finance Committee, as the ranking member rightly indicated, has invited ESLA PLC in order that we can get the specific numbers, I think it is completely misleading and misguided for us to draw the conclusion here that somehow monies have been wasted. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable members, now you can say that those people who have been given the opportunity to speak are all up. Honorable Kabradonko was up. Honorable Atufolsen was up. You've had your bite, and I don't think it's proper just to be going up and down. So, Honorable Leader, can we allow Honorable Eric to...
Mr. Speaker, I want to do that. Chairman of the Finance Committee, in presenting the report, made it clear that this was the committee's report, and it wasn't his opinion. And that he was presenting the report, and later he will come out with his opinion. I want it to be clear. Mr. Speaker, since you gave him that option, he should allow the Honorable Eric Opokun to speak to the committee's report, because the figures that Honorable Eric Opokun is quoting are in the report. When he finished, and he still wants to go by his earlier rendition, that he wants to bring his opinion, that may be his opinion. But what my honorable colleague is talking about is he is speaking to the committee report which was laid by the chairman. And Speaker, if you don't go by this principle, a member is speaking to the report, he's bringing figures, then you interject. Just as what the ranking member, Honorable Atufolsen, did. In speaking to the report and bringing out the figures, the Deputy Minister for Finance came out by saying that he cannot assume. Meanwhile, the Minister for Finance also didn't bring the facts. They ended up by saying you should refer it to Finance Committee for them to come and give explanation.
Mr. Speaker, we are putting finality to the report. If you have no other fact apart from what the ranking and honorable Republican is saying, based on the report, then you sit down. But if you want to interject, then you read. And what you are reading is there black and white. We all can read. So allow him to flow. If he says something contradictory, when he finishes, you will be given the opportunity to do. But if you interject this way, you are not doing anybody a service.
Very well. Honorable Eric.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, what my honorable colleague said is the same thing I was saying. What he read meant simply that they've collected 5.something billion and they have used 664 to reduce their debt. And that is exactly what I said.
What is the rest?
And then you are talking about standing bonds, Mr. Speaker, that they have used the remaining out of the 5 billion, 664 was used to reduce the debt, and the rest was expended on outstanding bonds. Mr. Speaker, he signed the report. Can he explain to this House what bonds he's talking about? What he meant by outstanding bonds? You cannot deceive us, my brother. Let's be honest. Mr. Speaker, the point is that NDC, we said we are introducing that levy to ensure that we pay off the debt year after year. Then you came in with what you call special purpose vehicle. Special purpose vehicle. Through that vehicle, you said SAPLC, you said you wanted to raise the money at once, pay off the debt, and then when you collect the taxes, you use to pay. Now you have collected the taxes, you didn't pay, you are asking you have reported it to us here, and you are talking about standing bonds. What outstanding bonds are you talking about? Mr. Speaker, we are the representatives of the people here, and it is our duty to ensure that state resources are utilized in the best interest of the people. These are monies Ghanaians have paid. If they sit here and they are misapplying the resources, it is our duty to let them know. They can't come to this house to deceive us. History will not forgive us, Mr. Speaker. You are the one in charge now. Today, they should come and indicate to us, where is that 5 billion? We need it now.
The difference.
The difference, we want to see it. You can't come and tell us outstanding bonds and go away. And this is a report they have signed. Where is that money?
Where is it?
Where is it? And then you're talking about outstanding bonds. What outstanding bonds are you talking about?
Confirm. Go.
Honorable, he said what?
Huh?
He
has finished and he said he's wrong.
Mr. Speaker, I haven't finished. Mr. Speaker,
please,
I was
wind
saying
up.
that
You have a lot to do, please.
Mr. Speaker, my point is simple. We represent the interests of the people. And at all times, we must ensure that the best is achieved for the people. The NDC introduced that tax. They condemned us. They bashed us. They insulted us. And they promised to even abolish it when they get power. Mr. Speaker, now they have come and they cannot even account for it. And they sit here, you see them laughing. Mr. Speaker, look at them.
Honorable member.
They can't account for it.
Honorable member, what you are doing, what is it? Is it no accountability?
It's in the report.
Is it no accountability?
Mr. Speaker, they have written something in the report that they cannot explain.
Honorable.
And so we have to explain for them.
So is it no accountability?
That's why I'm talking about accountability. This your committee is reporting to us that we have collected over 5 billion. 664 has been used to reduce the debt.
So what
the remainder has been expended on outstanding bonds. What is this outstanding?
So what I'm saying is, had it not been this report, will you have known that probably these are the figures? So it's accountability. So you don't say they have collected the money and they are not accounting.
Mr. Speaker, even they themselves, they said that the chairman himself admitted here that they want the SAPLC to come back to explain. Mr. Speaker, what does that mean? It means that they don't understand. It means that they don't. And that is the issue. So the point is that we have given you our resources. You have expended the resources and you are unable to tell us where you expended those resources. And you come here to, I mean,
so in conclusion.
So, Mr. Speaker, in conclusion, we are saying that that money must be found. They have to tell Ghanaians where they have sent the money to. In fact, you cannot divert the resources. In fact, this House must take this matter seriously because we passed a law indicating that that money should be used to pay off the debts. If the money has been diverted, Mr. Speaker, it must be a concern to you and all of us.
Yes.
Regardless of our party affiliation, this is a serious matter.
In the interest of
Very well.
Prudence.
You've concluded. Honorable Hip.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, it must be put on record that the honorable member. No, Mr. Speaker, he's misleading the House and he's not speaking to what is in the report. The report is saying that out of the 5 billion, a certain amount was used and another one used for the bond. You need to understand that. But when you are saying as if the report doesn't contain
Honorable leader.
Mr. Speaker, the House is allowing him to mislead the House without speaking to the report. That's what I'm simply saying.
Honorable leader, allow me. Honorable Samson, no. Please, allow me. Honorable Samson, please. Honorable members, please, let's come back to the. So the motion has been moved, it has been seconded, and it has been debated interestingly. So now the question is, as many as are in favor of the motion, say aye. Those against the motion, say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. The motion is adopted. Yes, now I can listen to Honorable.
Mr. Speaker, the Deputy Minister for Finance said, no, Honorable Abraham Oseasa, she said she was making application to your good self to refer this report to the Finance Committee to invite the special purpose vehicle people to come and explain.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, if such a statement comes from no mere person than the deputy, it means she herself has some concerns. And Mr. Speaker, listening to the comment from the ranking member and the leadership on this side, and the application from that, it means the House is unanimous in inviting the ESLA PLC to appear before the Committee on Finance and explain. We cannot just come, Mr. Speaker, to be fair to them. We cannot just come and speak to the report and make those things, then she has to say, oh, invite them. Then we're not inviting them. It means, Mr. Speaker, we may not be promoting accountability. And this House of accountability.
Honorable members, I'm not inviting anybody to contribute. Honorable leader, as much as I share with you, next just about 10 days we are going to listen to the finance minister. He's going to read the budget, and obviously OSLA issue will come back into the House. So I will urge members to exercise patience and let's move on. After the budget debate will obviously revisit this particular issue and we will address the issue. Please bear with me. Let's
Mr. Speaker, motion 11 on page 5. Motion 11 on page 5.
Yes, the chairman of the committee.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to move that this House adopts the report of the Finance Committee on the annual public debt management report for the 2020 financial year. And in doing so, I would like to present, Mr. Speaker, your committee's report that contains the observations and recommendations of the committee as a whole. Mr. Speaker, the background, we met with officials from the Ministry of Finance and the related agencies, and the background to our engagements referred to under paragraph 3, the debt management observation under paragraph 3.1. Mr. Speaker, the purpose of this report is to outline and report on borrowings and other government debt management operations, guarantees and lending activities of government and other finance arrangements entered into by the government of Ghana for the year 2020. The committee's observations covered the macroeconomic developments in 2020 as indicated under paragraph 4.1. We see the gross debt levels clearly captured under 4.2. And we see that the debt profile over the last 5 years from 2016, also under table 1 on page 9. And then we see under table 3 the various denominations in which we have these instruments standing in our books. Mr. Speaker, the rest of the report, I request the Handel Department to capture so that I can go to the conclusions that the committee came to. We found, Mr. Speaker, that the 2020 annual public debt report has been prepared in accordance with law and based on approved debt management strategy, while also recounting all major debt management activities performed during the year and taking into account the effect of the COVID-19 pandemic on debt operations. The committee, in the view of the foregoing observations, respectfully recommends to the House to adopt this report and approve the annual public debt report for the 2020 financial year in accordance with law. Respectfully submitted, Mr. Speaker, this report of your committee.
Yes, Honorable Ranking.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I also rise to second the motion that this Honorable House adopt the debt management report for the year 2020. Mr. Speaker, in doing so, I wish to advert members' minds that this debt management report is for members of Parliament to be able to know Ghana's debt position as of December 2020, and for us to assess the issues of sustainability as to whether our debt is sustainable or not. Mr. Speaker, that was the spirit of the legislation, the Public Financial Management Act. Mr. Speaker, indeed, we were told that the MPP administration inherited a public debt of 122.1 billion Ghana cedis. Speaker, at the end of their 4th year, they informed us that the public debt has risen to 291.6 billion Ghana cedis. So, Speaker, this amount excludes the ESLA bonds of 8.1 billion and the Sino-Hydro debt of about 1 billion Ghana cedis. So, Speaker, if you are to add all of that, just like what IMF has done, it means that our Ghana's public debt increased from 122 billion to 300 billion. So, Speaker, this means that within 4 years of MPP's administration, this government, Speaker, and I'm making reference to Table 1, page 9 of the report. The Speaker, this means that the MPP government within 4 years in office increased Ghana's debt by 178 billion Ghana cedis. So, Speaker, this is huge. 178 billion Ghana cedis over a period of 4 years. Mr. Speaker, I wouldn't know how to translate this in local Ghana cedis. Probably it will mean in the old Ghana cedis, this will be 178 trillion Ghana cedis increase in public debt. If I'm to go to my constituency and I have to explain to the people of Ejuma Kwenye Nisiam the quantum of Ghana's debt, Mr. Speaker, I wouldn't know how to say it. Probably I would say this is
Honorable, hold on.
Mr. Speaker,
hold on. Honorable member for the coup. Oh no. I wouldn't. You've concluded, eh?
Speaker, I have just started. Mr. Speaker, I've just started. Because, Mr. Speaker, the issues are two. Mr. Speaker, this is debt management report. Mr. Speaker, this single report has the chance to derail our economic gains. And so all of us should be interested in this matter. Mr. Speaker, this is the major hurdle this country faces as we speak. This single report is a major thing all of us must be interested in. Mr. Speaker, as I said, the MPP administration increased Ghana's public debt by 178 billion Ghana cedis in 4 years.
Hey.
In 4 years, Mr. Speaker, in my local language, we say this is big money, 178 billion. Mr. Speaker, indeed, at the time they took office, the debt is 122 billion. Their own numbers. They have increased it to 291 billion. Mr. Speaker, this 291 billion excludes the Sino-Hydro of 1 billion, excludes the ESLA bond that we just discussed, 8.1 billion Ghana cedis. So it takes it to 300 billion Ghana cedis. Mr. Speaker, that is just the debt stock. Mr. Speaker, if you are to express it as a percentage to GDP, Mr. Speaker, I came here with the IMF staff report, including the debt sustainability analysis that was done. Mr. Speaker, I can give you a copy. Mr. Speaker, it tells us that Ghana's debt as of December last year, as a percentage to GDP, is 78% of GDP. It projected that, Mr. Speaker, by the end of this year, this debt will increase to 83% of GDP. And by the time MPP is leaving office, our debt will be hitting close to 90% of GDP.
By the end of 2024.
Close to 90% of GDP. Speaker, I'm not the one saying it. This is coming from IMF, the ones that government of Ghana opened their books to for audit. And this is what they are telling us. So, Speaker, we should be concerned. We should be concerned, Mr. Speaker, most importantly on the issues of sustainability. Mr. Speaker, I have often argued that we should not only concentrate on the debt numbers, but we should actually interrogate for us to find out as to whether we are in a position to repay our debt or not. Mr. Speaker, I beg to say that as we speak, Ghana is in a debt distress situation. Not just in a debt distress situation. According to the IMF, in July 1st, 2021, approved by the IMF board, Mr. Speaker, it says that Ghana is at a high risk of external debt distress. Again, Ghana is at a high risk of overall debt distress. Mr. Speaker, as a result, what has happened to us since then is that Ghana has lost market access. We have lost market access at least from now to June next year. We cannot go to the Eurobond market. Mr. Speaker, I am not the one saying this. This is the Fitch report. Mr. Speaker, if you like, let me read it to you. Mr. Speaker, I also have the Red Intelligence report before us. The Red Intelligence report before us. Ghana have lost market access because of our debt. Mr. Speaker, if care is not taken.
Hold on. Yes, honorable member for a fair question.
Mr. Speaker, the honorable member told Mr. Speaker, the honorable member is deceiving the House. I do not know in that report where IMF had made a statement that by the time MPP leaves office, is IMF predicting MPP leaving office? Nothing like that is in that report. But because he's flying the report to our faces, it appears like it is true. It is a characteristic of him. He should state by the time NPP leaves office in that report.
Mr. Speaker, for the record, let me remind him that their mandate ends in December 2024. And the people of Ghana, we know that January 6th, 2025, the current MPP's mandate will not exist. They will have to seek re-election. And so the IMF report is making reference to the year 2024, end of December 2024, and that is what I'm making reference to. So, Speaker, and I'm telling you that according to the report,
Hello,
so, Speaker,
Honorable Ato, if I got the honorable member, the minister, his reference was the fact that the report you are revealing is not the IMF report. Just deal with the report before us, which is the. I guess that was your position.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the debt sustainability report that was generated by the World Bank and IMF was based on this very debt report that we are debating. So, Speaker, this debt report, this is up to December 2020. So, Speaker, this Article 4 document and the debt sustainability indices attached to it are data used as at December 2020.
Hold on. Yes, Honorable.
Mr. Speaker, the ranking member of finance have made a categorical statement, and the statement was to the effect that by the time the MPP government will leave office, we cannot go back. So where in the report, if there's something on the report, he should read that, or he should withdraw same. Withdraw that, or you should withdraw it, because it is not stated anywhere in the report that an MPP is not leaving power now. So you should definitely let us know where it is stated in the report that by the time MPP leave power.
Honorable, why don't you allow us to flow? Honorable leader, allow him to conclude, please.
Mr. Speaker, our brothers from the other side are very impatient anytime you say things that they cannot handle. I know it's a bitter pill, but please sit down and take it, because that is what will solve your problem. I know it's a bitter pill. Sit down and take it. Mr. Speaker, we have a problem. The country is in a high debt distress situation. They don't want us to address the concerns. As we speak, Mr. Speaker, Fitch has warned us that there is a chance that they are going to downgrade Ghana. Mr. Speaker, this is the report. Downgrade Ghana. This is the report. Mr. Speaker, and they have gone further to tell us. They've gone further to tell us that we have lost market access. Mr. Speaker, maybe he's underestimating what losing market access means. It means you can't go to the bond market to borrow. That is what it means. It means that going forward, you struggle to finance your budget. That is what it means. Mr. Speaker, there are serious issues here. One single year, between 2019 and 2020, this administration, the MPP administration, increased Ghana's public debt by 73 billion Ghana cedis. 1 year. 1 year. And we said we shouldn't talk about it. So, Speaker, this is a bitter pill, but take it and learn from it. Don't be impatient and listen to me, because this is a serious matter. We are building a country. It's not an MPP country. It's a country for all of us.
Yes, Honorable Ranking.
I wish to say that this country is in a difficult situation. We're in a difficult situation because our debt has risen to a level that has become unsustainable. So, Speaker, if you are to look at Africa, Ghana is an outlier in terms of debt statistics. So, Speaker, if you are to compare the emerging markets, Ghana is an outlier because in terms of debt statistics. Outlier because, the Speaker, almost everything, all the debt indices, we have breached all of them. We have breached all of them. So, Speaker,
conclude, please.
So, Speaker, my argument is simple. The budget is coming here.
in a couple of days. I want to send a signal to the managers of the Ghanaian economy, led by the Vice President, that please, the expectation on this budget is huge. Not only the people of Ghana are expecting a positive budget, but the international community, investors out there are worried. So we expect that you come and signal positively, because this budget, Mr. Speaker, is a do or die budget for Ghana. Mr. Speaker, for want of a better word, is a make or break for our economy. This budget, for want of a better word, is make or break for our economy. It is a do or die budget. And so I urge the government to address the concerns. Go and cut expenditure. Go and cut those frivolous expenditures. That is what the people of Ghana want to hear. Mr. Speaker, we do not expect new taxes. We expect more efficiency. We expect that the tax exemption bill be laid before us so that we deal with it, so we can address the concerns that the market is showing. Mr. Speaker, the situation is bad. The situation is bad, but I'm happy. Mr. Speaker, I'm concluding. I am happy. I'm happy that the Minister of State has signaled that they are going to do the right thing. Let it be that is right thing, because Mr. Speaker, it is not in words, it is in the doing, and we will make sure they do the right thing. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, let me invite Deputy Minister for Finance, Honorable Dr. John Kumar.
He's not up.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much for the opportunity to talk to the report of the committee. And let me begin by assuring the House that the statement of doom and pessimism about the economy of Ghana is far from the truth. The economy of Ghana is fitting, and I can assure you that by the time the finance minister is in this house to present his report, we will know that Ghana's economy is one of the strongest globally. Mr. Speaker, the ranking member says that the debt has increased to 291 billion from 122 billion. That is about over 230%. They took the debt from Ghana in 2009 from 9 billion Ghana cedis, and within 8 years, it was 122 billion. The percentage is 1,300%. Mr. Speaker, the increase in the debt liability is 1,300%. How do you compare that to the 200% we are talking about?
You are the minister.
Mr. Speaker, I am surprised. Mr. Speaker,
honorable members, please. Hey, honorable.
Mr. Speaker,
please don't push me to mention names. Yes. Please, let's respect ourselves.
Mr. Speaker, I am surprised that page 8 of the report that is before this court, before this house, under 4.2, gross public debt levels. The report clearly states nominal public debt stock increased from 218 million in 2019, representing 62.4% of GDP, to 291.6 billion in 2020, representing 76.1% of GDP. This is what is captured in this report. But the honorable ranking member went to 78% and quoting almost 90% in respect of an IMF report. Mr. Speaker, how is that possible when a report you have been packed has put a percent at the end of December 2020 before years? Mr. Speaker, why would he add other contingencies that in Ghana?
Honorable Ato, I will not give you the opportunity, please. No.
Why would you do that? Mr. Speaker, when he was speaking, I sat down. There was a lot of objections I had. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, I had objections for him. He can write it.
Please sit down.
Mr. Speaker, the point is that in Ghana, there are different levels of reporting, not just Ghana, but globally accepted financial reporting. You can do the general government reporting,
where you can include all those liabilities, the contingent liabilities you spoke about. But you know that in your time, you used the central government reporting, and that was accepted. It's the same standard of reporting that we have put before the House.
Whatever you have, pass it to someone who will be speaking. No, I'm not.
Mr. Speaker, the report is referring to is not before the House.
We have a lot to cover today, please.
And we are talking about the public debt report, which has quoted an amount of 76%. Why is he misquoting a different figure before this honorable House? And Mr. Speaker, the year 2020.
Sit down.
Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker. The year 2020 was a special year.
Thank you.
In fact, the United States of America, where even everybody believes is one of the strongest economies in the world, had to create $1.9 trillion to sustain the economy. Mr. Speaker, he said that we increased our borrowing by 73 billion cedis. What else could we have done? When even America is borrowing 1.3 trillion to sustain the economy. Mr. Speaker, at 76.1%, they are saying that we have lost access to market. Do you know that today Japan has a debt to their GDP ratio of 234%. Japan, 234%. They have not lost access to market. How can you say that we have lost access to market because we have a debt level of 76.1%? So, Mr. Speaker, when he says that Ghana's situation is an outlier and we have borrowed, we have an answer for them. We borrowed to pay the debt you left. The doomsday economy you left, we had to borrow to repair it. The unemployment situation you left, the energy sector take or pay levies you left, the liabilities, the financial sector debt, we had to borrow to repair all these liabilities. So, Mr. Speaker, let them not create doom for Ghana. I can assure you, Mr. Speaker, that in the 2022 budget, we will clearly show to this country that our financial status is stable and Ghana is on the path of good recovery, and we are rebounding from the economy and the COVID crisis that we face, and Ghana is on the right footing. Thank you very much. For them. Yes.
Are you the one showing the one to speak?
Yeah. Yes, this one to 1 plus leadership. 3-3.
Same, no. 2-2, we've had one here. No, please. The chairman moved, the ranking seconded. Now we are giving 2 each to each side. We've had one here. We are moving to this side. So if you are speaking, you can speak.
The Speaker, I was asking because I wouldn't want to ambush you or to surprise you.
Very well.
Mr. Speaker, these are figures we've been speaking on radio, desktop, this and that. We've come to debate it on the floor on authority. We are restricting it to 3, including...
No, I'm saying 2.
Mr. Speaker, as a House of Representatives, if you want to bring this capping on the numbers that debate the public desktop, where we need to send a signal to the managers of the pairs, Mr. Speaker, restricting it to only 2 will be limited. And if that is the case, the finance minister himself, Mr. Speaker, on the onset, has said he's not here. Neither is he here to take note and know that this is the thinking of the House. And as I said, Mr. Speaker, I wouldn't want to ambush you. If after the 2-2, Mr. Speaker, when it comes to voting, this side will take a very definite disposition on it. Because we want the Minister for Finance not to take this House for a ride. If, Mr. Speaker, from your own wisdom, you get to know that the numbers are not here to take the decision because the voice votes, when you finish the voice votes, Mr. Speaker, it will be challenged. And I don't want to surprise you. And this is a very serious issue where we wouldn't want quiet. Mr. Speaker, I'm assisting you simply because whatever discussion or debate is done here is what is carried or broadcast outside. And if we come to Parliament and it comes to desktop for the last 4 years, then we take 2-2. Then the minister sits in his comfort. Oh, let them say whatever they will say and they put the question. This one, we are not going to do stay on this particular report. If you get to know we don't have the numbers, you can defer the vote. But we will want to know the position of this House in terms of numbers, so long as this motion is concerned. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On that note, Mr. Speaker, I yield the two to Honorable Erikopokun and Honorable Asejaman MP.
So, what we are saying is that after the debate, I shouldn't put the question.
Mr. Speaker, because you have taken a position on the numbers, Mr. Speaker, I don't want, I said, if you know, per order 1132, if you know we have the numbers, all that I'm saying is that with these severe figures and damning nature of the economy and the desktop being churned out from contributors on this debate, Mr. Speaker, we can't just sit here like business as usual. I think the numbers will have to be decisive, and it will send a signal to the managers of the pairs to know that when they are bringing the next loan for approval in this House, they should know our thinking. That's right. So if you know we don't have the numbers, the 138 or 139 to decide on this, you can defer the vote. As for the debate, it can continue.
Very well. Well, well. So, Honorable Eric.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in the year 2008, the 7th of January 2009, when President Kofo's administration was handing over the mantle of leadership to His Excellency late John Evans Atamels, after all the HIPIC benefits, the total debt of our nation was 9.5 billion Ghana cedis. 9.5 billion. Mr. Speaker, at the end of the 8-year term of the NDC, the debt has gone up to 122 billion, indicating that over the 8-year period, the NDC government added 112.5 billion over a period of 8 years. Mr. Speaker, those who are asking for source, it's like they don't read the documents we give to them in this House.
Speaker, you cry.
These records are available in your own budgets. So if you don't read them, don't come here and be shouting.
Honorable Member.
It's in their budget.
Yesterday,
it's in their own budget. So you don't be shouting.
Honorable Member, please. Yesterday, somebody said that and I asked him to withdraw. Please, let's do the debate in such a way that... Please.
Mr. Speaker, with all respect.
You could have said it differently, but when you say they don't read,
Mr. Speaker, I withdraw. I withdraw. But it's important for all of us to read the budget document so that we can have appreciation of the content. Mr. Speaker, what it means is that in the 8 years of the NDC period, a total of $112.5 billion Ghana cedis was added to the desktop. Mr. Speaker, that means that every year, on the average, the NDC government was borrowing 14 billion Ghana cedis a year. Mr. Speaker, that was what they disputed. That was what they spoke against. Mr. Speaker, that was what they said. They described us as being incompetent. That we were lazy, we didn't know anything, and we're just borrowing because every year we were borrowing 14 billion. And at the end of 8 years, we had increased our debt stock by 112.5 billion. Now, those who claim to be incompetent, the professors,
the best manager for the Ghanaian economy. They are in power now. Mr. Speaker, over 4 years, they have borrowed 178 billion, which has never happened in the history of this country before. Mr. Speaker, what it means is that every year, they are borrowing 44.5 billion a year. 44.5 billion a year. Mr. Speaker, this has never happened in the history of this country. And we are only talking about a period from 2017 to 2020. We haven't even talked about 2021. And Ghana's debt is now hovering around 300 billion. Mr. Speaker, now we are talking about America. They have borrowed so much. Even Japan, their debt to GDP is in excess of 200%. 200. But Mr. Speaker, Ghana goes to Japan for loans to come and face our roads. Can they also come to us for loans? Can they do that? Mr. Speaker, what they have done is that the monies, the loans they have taken, they have invested those monies in infrastructure. So when you go to Japan, even though their debt to GDP is very high, they have a solid infrastructure base. And they believe that within a short time, they'll be able to pay off those debts. Look at them sitting here. There is a question they will never answer. Whenever you ask them, MPP, they will dodge it. What have you used the loans for? What have you used the money for? So much. What have you used the money for? And Mr. Speaker, you come to this floor unabashedly to defend this record. Mr. Speaker, even this report, I believe that it's insufficient. It wasn't able to capture the entire debt of our nation. Mr. Speaker, they have come with a scheme to hide part of our debts. A scheme to hide part of our debts. They caused the debt fund to borrow, to securitize their process. So as we speak, debt fund is sold, it's gone. The next 10 years, we are not getting anything. All the proceeds we get from debt fund, 62.something% is to service loan. Where is the boss site? Even on my boss site, you have sold them. The energy sector levies, where is it? Ghana Infrastructure Fund, Investment Fund, a fund that we established to develop the infrastructure of this nation. You have sold it. And you come here, you appear before us here to defend this dismal record of yours. I mean, what kind of courage is that? Mr. Speaker, truth must be told. Their incompetence is unprecedented. We haven't seen it before. The cocoa trees, even the cocoa trees, we have mortgaged cocoa trees for $600 million. Cocoa trees. My brother, you are not at the ministry. Just sit down. You have just told them. Mr. Speaker, these are the people who condemn borrowing, who describe borrowing as the lazy man's approach to governance. And today, they are the master borrowers. Mr. Speaker, what is even worrying is that now look at the kind of economy they have created for us. They projected the total revenue of 67 billion. Mr. Speaker, out of that 67 billion, 50 billion was to pay interest and amortization on our loans. 50 billion, assuming we're able to rake in the entire 67. The remaining 70 billion cannot even pay compensation. Salaries, the 70 billion cannot pay. So Ghana now borrows to pay salaries. We borrow to buy them fuel. Those ministers here, without borrowing, they can't move. We buy them fuel because we are able to borrow. You run down the economy like this.
Honorable, wind up.
To defend this record. Because this is the time for us to call a spade and to tell them that their economic impotency is legendary. We have never seen this before.
It's true.
And we want the MPP to understand that we will not sit down unconcerned for you to destroy this nation for posterity. Truth must be told. Enough is enough. You claim to be competent, but the most incompetent ever in the history of this. Mr. Speaker, thank you very much for the opportunity.
Honorable members, hold on. Honorable Chairman, hold on. Honorable Chairman, hold on. Honorable members, I don't know how the leadership is conferring, but I initially said I was going to invite 2 people from each side. We have had one here, we've had one here. I am deferring the debate. I'm deferring the debate. We will revisit this debate in due course. We are not finishing for us to put the question. We are deferring the debate. So, what I'm saying is we are deferring the debate of this report. Honorable members, please allow me to leadership. You hold on a bit. I'll give you time to speak. My position is that we are deferring the debate. We have so many other things to do. We have certain statements that are time-bound that we need to let Ghanaians know. So we will come back to the debate and conclude it, and afterward you put the question. So for now, we have come to a close on this particular report, and we are moving to item number 6 on today's paper. Leader, yes, let me hear you.
Mr. Speaker, since we are assisting you, I just wanted your clarification. You mean we are suspending the debate on this motion for today, or we are suspending it and we'll conclude the debate today?
No, we are not coming back to this debate today.
Precisely.
We will with the business committee, reschedule it to be continued.
Yeah.
But today we are shifting it to another topic. We are going to statements.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think, Mr. Speaker, it is in the right direction. But just that, if you are suspending it till another day, on that day...
I'm not suspending, I'm deferring it.
You are deferring it till another day. Mr. Speaker, on that day, I hope it is not going to be like, oh, we deferred it to today, only one person here. So this rule is for today. But if you are deferring it to another day, it will be a continuation of the debate before the question will be put. If that is the clarity, then
well.
Thank you.
When you get there and the time allows, you allow more people to make.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
But for now, this. Honorable members, please, for our sake, just allow us, indulge us to have some statement, because it has been the concern of many of us that they bring statements and we don't get time to read them. And some of them are time-bound. So please allow us to go through some of the statements. And the contribution of the statements are also going to be restricted. Please bear with me. So we will start with a statement from Honorable Murtala Muhammad, which is a statement on the celebration of Damba Festival, which is also time-bound.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Speaker, for giving me the opportunity to make a statement on the successful celebration of the 2021 Damba Festival by various ethnic groups in the 5 northern regions and Dagbang in particular. Mr. Speaker, festivals are an expressive way to celebrate glorious heritage, culture, and traditions. They are meant to commemorate special moments and accomplishments in our lives as a people. Festivals undoubtedly play a critical role in adding structure to our social lives and as well connect us to our families and backgrounds. Mr. Speaker, the Damba Festival is a traditional religious festival celebrated under the lunar calendar by the people of Dagbang, Mampurgu, Gonja, Nanung, and Wala of the northern, northeast, Savannah, and upper west regions. Mr. Speaker, I must add that there are some ethnic groups in the upper east region who also observed this annual celebration. While the significance of festival is to commemorate the birth of the Holy Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, which means peace and blessings of Allah be upon his slave and his messenger, and supplicate to the Almighty Allah. The actual content and event that characterize the celebration of the festival is the glorification of chieftaincy and the display of beautiful northern and Dagbang culture in particular. Damba Festival is in effect a thanksgiving festival and a time for families to meet, socialize, and reflect on ways to reinforce community social relationship and cultural values. It is also a moment for auditing and evaluating the past and planning a future so desired by the people of Dagbang, Mampurgu, Gonja, and Nanung. The Damba Festival presents an opportunity for the Gombes, Mampurusis, Gonjas, and Nanumbes who reside outside these traditional areas to travel home to reunite with their families and friends and to engage in the festivities. Mr. Speaker, the Damba Festival in Dagbang is specifically categorized in 3 different forms, known as the Somo Damba, the Nadamba, and the Bialakulusi. The first 10 nights after the appearance of the new crescent moon of Damba month on the Dagbang calendar is marked by initial activities that grace the celebration of the Somo Damba, and during this period, young people gather at the chief's palace amid beating of drums and dance rehearsals. During this time, women may also gather to sing praises to the chiefs for their exploits, enticement, and bravery at the palace of the chief. Mr. Speaker, on the 11th day, the second and most important aspect of the Somo Damba takes place. This year's Somo Damba took place on the 18th of October. In the morning, the Muslim clerics and their devotees come to the palace where a bull is slaughtered according to Islamic rituals amidst recitation of the Holy Quran. Those present form a circle around the bull, and the king is made to walk or jump over the bull 3 times. The bull is slaughtered, and the meat is distributed for feasting. Mr. Speaker, the king does not publicly appear in this morning. However, the ceremonies are directed by state elders in charge of the festival for this day. Late in the afternoon, the chief or the king, depending on where it is celebrated, is led out by his elders. After an appreciable crowd has gathered, he walks majestically. As the musketeers fire their weapons, while praise singing sings appellations. The king sits on a pile of animal skins, covered with beautiful oriented rugs, also known as skins in Dagbang. Everyone must approach the chief or the king for permission to dance, while the chief provides money for the drummers and the gonjes, and the gonjes are the string musical instrument players. The king is the last to dance and then exits in the same manner he entered. thus bringing to an end the activities of the evening. Mr. Speaker, on the 17th day, the Nadamba or Chief Damba is celebrated. It is the most important of the festival days, characterized by dancing and chiefly processions. Everyone tries to make it grand in the Nadamba, which includes feasting, acts of homage, and excitement. The 18th day is the farewell Damba, which is known as the Belkusi. The highest-ranking sub-chief will lead other low section chiefs and elders to thank the sectional chief, leading to the climax where the people, chiefs, and other assembly at the palace of the chief or the Yanna of the town. They will move from house to house to greet the sectional chiefs and mobilize the people to deliberate on issues such as peace, development, fundraising, resource mobilization, among others. Politicians, NGOs, companies, and wealthy individuals are often approached for their support. Mr. Speaker, the traditional institution in Ghana has always played a pivotal role in the mobilization of indigenous community resources for development. In the absence of an established traditional leadership or leadership system, local government administration becomes a hurdle. Hence, the need for governments to recognize the legitimacy of local traditions and make arrangements to participate in festivals for the promotion of indigenous values and sustainable development. Right Honorable Speaker, this year's Damba Festival witnessed a phenomenal step towards the achievement of concerted development plan to facilitate the growth and development of the Dagbang Kingdom and its people. The occasion marked the launch of the Dagbang Development Fund, which fund envisioned a peaceful and prosperous Dagbang Kingdom, with all its citizens having equal opportunities and access to resources for the sustenance of their livelihood, and as well contribute towards the overall achievement of optimum development of our beloved country. Right Honorable Speaker, the Dagbang Development Fund comes at a time when the almost 8th century-long kingdom has arisen from years of conflicts and disunity, which has retarded development through loss of valuable lives, destruction of properties, and the disruption of economic activities. The fund therefore adopts a critical objective to complement the effort towards the achievement of the collective development of Dagbang and the nation at large, some of which include, Right Honorable Speaker, rebrand and repackage the Dagbang Chieftaincy Institution to become a major vehicle for development, mobilize and prudently manage funds for the equitable development of the Dagbang traditional area, make Dagbang a competitive economic area, and increase access to quality education at all levels. Right Honorable Speaker, these are but few of the objectives of the Dagbang Development Fund. I therefore call on all sons and daughters, far and near, of Dagbang, sympathizers and well-wishers of the Dagbang Kingdom, corporate Ghana, and ultimately the government to join hands in pursuing this sanctified effort towards achieving an everlasting progress of the Dagbang Kingdom. Mr. Speaker, in conclusion, gaining an understanding of the daily workings of local economies and how certain disadvantages heightened their economic marginalizations are significant in any government development agenda and planning strategies. The Damba Festival creates a non-partisan avenue for policymakers, government, civil society organizations, politicians, and other agencies to interact with the chiefs and people and explain to them the policies, programs, and plans on critical social issues such as health, environment, education, and security. However, efforts to use traditional festivals as platforms for the promotion of development still leaves much to be desired. Festivals, unfortunately, are still breeding grounds for peddling partisan political agenda and, in some cases, unwanted and needless conflicts. We therefore need to consider seriously using traditional festivals as the most participatory form of engaging with duty bearers, devoid of political influences, for the growth of our societies and the nation as a whole. Mr. Speaker, once again, I thank you for giving me this opportunity to make a statement on the successful Damba celebration witnessed by many ethnic groups across the 5 regions. I thank you.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker.
Let me talk before you talk. Mr. Speaker, since you said you have a number of them, if you can let the presenters present those statements, so that maybe if you take 2 or 1, then we can speak on across board. That will let us finish on time.
Well, what do you say?
Mr. Speaker, I think I disagree with him for specific nature of some of the statements. So I was of the view that if we can have 1 and leadership on each of the statements that is going to be read, that it will be okay. 1 and leadership.
Okay. Let him come to Dr. Tampoli.
Very grateful, Right Honorable Speaker.
Honorable, we know you are not speaking from your.
That is so. I'm not speaking from.
So the records will not capture you. You know that?
That's fine, Mr. Speaker. I just have to be on record that I'm Speaker, I'm grateful for the opportunity to speak to the statement that has been ably presented by my brother, Honorable Mutala. Speaker, Damba Festival started with the reign of Nazanjina in Dagbang. He ruled Dagbang from 1648 to 1677, a period of 29 years. On record, he is the first Yana to have embraced Islam, and it was that brought Islam to Dagbang today as we see. Speaker, the significance of the Dagbang Festival, the Damba Festival, has long been lost, especially in Dagbang. From 1953, we haven't had the kind of Damba Festival that we have witnessed from 2019. 1953 all the way until 2019. That's when you had the unified Dagbang, both Abudu and Andani, coming together to celebrate the Damba Festival without any acrimony. There were times that, for very good reasons, curfew had to be imposed in order for us to safeguard the lives and property of everybody in the Dagbang Kingdom. Today is open for us to celebrate Damba as a united Dagbang. Speaker, the Damba Festival also offers us an excellent opportunity to bring out the initiatives that will be able to propel Dagbang and all the areas that we celebrate the Damba Festival, so that we pool our resources together into a common enterprise with the view of making our kingdom and all of the people that celebrate Damba very great. This year, the significance of the Damba Festival, and I happen to have witnessed the festival this year with my very good friend, Honorable Mutala. The minority leader was present, Honorable Member from Yang, and my very good self were in Yendi. That same day was the day that we performed the funeral of His Excellency Vice President's mother. So we had to move all the way. That told us that we couldn't have missed this opportunity, because it was the day that we were going to see the launch of the Damba Development Fund, a fund that is aimed at getting all of us to contribute our widow's mite for us to be able to take Dagbang to wherever it belongs. We've lagged behind due to the international conflict that we have had in Dagbang, and I believe if we continue this way, Dagbang, Ghana, and all of us will be the beneficiaries. This year, we also launched a program to reconstruct the Gbewa Palace, and it was also launched on that same day. I believe very, very strongly able leaders such as the Pishoguna
Alassane Andani, who is at the forefront of this whole initiative, will be able to get us to galvanize all the resources for us to be able to put up a palace that is befitting of the Dagbon kingdom. Mr. Speaker, alongside all of this, we also have the Dagbon Constitution of 1930, which is currently under review. Experts have put together a draft, and I believe the draft that I've seen, is about 66 or 68 page document that I've seen, clearly tells us that we are about to codify a lot of the oral history and customary laws that have stayed in the minds of people and in documents all across, so that we'll put them together into one single document as a reference point for all of us. We have the Martin Stanislaw, we have the Tamaklos, we have Lawyer Ibrahim, and all of those who have written authoritatively on the history, customs, and traditions of Dagbon, all of them put together, so that we'll be able to at least, for once, make reference to one document that will give us a source point for us to be able to resolve all our succession issues, burials, funerals, and so on and so forth. Indeed, it's one document that I believe we can use to turn around the land tenure system, and also, in one way, put in place the customary land accountability process that's mostly, applied in the South, so that we can also have it in our Constitution. Mr. Speaker, it's a very great moment that day, and I believe all of us look forward to, celebrating more and more Damba, and I wish the King of Dagbon, Yana Abukari Mahama, a long life, and I wish him well as he takes Dagbon to the next step. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Very grateful.
Honorable members, please, I will implore you to be very, very snappy. My friend took a lot of time because we have 3 more statements that I intend to cover. So I'm taking only 2. So select among yourselves. I'll give one lady.
Mr. Speaker, did you say 1 plus leadership or just 1?
1 plus leadership.
Oh,
So
if it is 1 and leadership, then he will speak for leadership and Honorable Ayarga.
No, but I want to give one of the ladies.
When we are doing Obochocho, the Honorable Gomesi may come in. But since we are talking about Damba, we want institutional and traditional memory.
Well. So, honorable member for South, Ketu South.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the religious and the aesthetic values of the festival have been articulated by my colleague who spoke on the Damba Festival. But I want to look at the economic opportunities that it brings to our people. And I must say that I heaved a sigh of relief because I thought that this was going to get stuck in my throat if you didn't call me. Mr. Speaker, festivals by their nature are a way in which our traditions are passed on, and it has a comforting feeling for those who participate in them. But I speak about the fact that it offers our people in the creative sector opportunities for them to exhibit their talent and also gain economic power from it. In the celebration of Damba, the fashion industry is reactivated because the participants will buy new smocks to wear. It is important to also recognize the fact that the hotels get opportunities to have people spend the night there, pay the hoteliers, the gastronomy department or sector, the food, music, drink, all of these people tremendously from our festivals. And I watched on television in awe how members of the community where the Damba Festival was held went home to celebrate this festival. In so doing, we were promoting domestic tourism. And it is for that matter that I want to thank you for the opportunity to have the statement read, and also urge other communities to make the festivals in their communities a matter of economic empowerment and not just for the aesthetic value, so that out of the 275 members who are here, anytime there's a festival going on in our communities, we share this information and encourage our people to go home so that we can spread the word in this trying period that we find ourselves in this country. I thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to add my voice to this brilliant statement. Thank you.
Yes. Okay. Honorable.
Mr. Speaker, I'm very grateful for this opportunity to contribute to this very important statement every made by my good nephew, the MP for Tamale South. He is a Dagomba at the same time a Gonja, because the mother is a Gonja. And I'm very happy that when he was writing this statement, he brought on board all the tribes in the three northern regions, who celebrate the Damba festival. Mr. Speaker, it's important to note that if there's anything that brings the three northern regions together, then it is this Damba festival. It is a festival that is celebrated by the Mampusi people, a festival celebrated by Gonjas, a festival celebrated by the Wala people, a festival celebrated by the Dagombes. And it tells you that it is our binding force, a cultural practice that we are all proud of. Mr. Speaker, there is not any significant difference between the way the people of Dagbon celebrate Damba Festival from that of the Gonja people. What is important is that that celebration has a religious connotations. It coincides with the birth of the Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. And so if you put your ears on the ground, you would have realized that whilst we're doing or celebrating the Damba Festival, the Muslim communities were also performing what they call the Mawlid, celebrating the birthday of the Prophet. Mr. Speaker, when you come to the Gonja traditional area, the paramount chief and the king or the overlord of the Gonja traditional area is the Yagongra. And so every year, all sons and daughters of Gonja will have to go to Damango, the capital seat of the Gonja traditional area, to celebrate the Damba festival. After celebrating it at the regional level, all the 7 paramouncies are now encouraged to go back to their traditional areas to celebrate it. Mr. Speaker, it's unfortunate I cannot show to you videos of my Damba skills. I was just there a few days ago to participate in the Bole traditional area Damba festival. And it was a very, very successful program. Mr. Speaker, my nephew enumerated or listed are the same. It's a 3-day event. The first day is the picking of rice. In our case, rice is brought out and shared among the chiefs and queen mothers and other opinion leaders. And all they do is to pick the stones in the rice in preparation towards some jollof to be prepared for dancers on the Damba night. The next day, Mr. Speaker, the chief and the elders will come out again, and that is where they slaughter the cow. And in doing so, the chief will have to cross over the cow 3 times and is slaughtered. Then meat is gotten for the rice to be prepared. The next night, we will have to dance throughout the night. The meat, part of the meat, and also the rice is cooked for the dancers throughout the night so that they are able to dance throughout the night. Mr. Speaker, the last day, which is a very important day, the Deba Day,
Some t-shirts could have been prepared, and the t-shirt and the meat is shared among the various prominent guests that we have in the Bole traditional area. This year's Damba Festival in Bole was very unique. It was unique because Ghana Tourism Authority was there. And Ghana Tourism Authority went there because they had identified a tourist site in the Bole traditional area where we bury our kings, located at a place called Mankuma, where I am coming from in the traditional setup. They want to give it a befitting status, attract tourists. Mr. Speaker, the Bolera, I want to use this opportunity to eulogize him. He did something unique. He was able to organize quiz competition among the JHS students in his traditional area. At the end of the day, some schools were awarded, and I had the privilege to present a laptop to the best school. I think that other traditional rulers will emulate this. He has also set up an educational fund, and we are all contributing something into that fund so that we are able to use it to bring about development in our area. Lastly, Mr. Speaker, is the unique smoke of the people of Gonja. If you realize we have so many types of smokes, but the one that Gonjas make is coming from Daboya, and that particular smoke is a smoke that everybody will want to wear. Mr. Speaker, with all this, I want to thank you for the opportunity and to ask that next year we should prepare more and go into details in celebrating Damba, and perhaps we want to bring some drums here with your permission to show our scales more, so that you know that indeed we are practicing our culture. I thank you, Mr. Speaker, for this opportunity, and God bless you.
Yes.
Thank you.
BBT Majority Whip. Are you yielding it to Aziz? Aziz.
Who?
Are you yielding it to Aziz?
Honorable Aziz actually have permitted me.
Anyway, be snappy.
Okay. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I want to thank the maker of the statement, the nephew of Honorable Yusuf of Boali. In fact, Damba is very significant to the history of Dagom. And Dagombes, Mamprusis, Gonjes, and other Najwewa tradition, people of descent, actually celebrate Damba every time. In fact, it must be on record that Damba Festival is the only festival in the northern region that brings people together, that you cannot identify whether this person is an MPP, NDC, is this kind of religion, is this kind of, he belongs to this kind of ethnicity. It is a single festival that people actually adore and celebrate it. The event that led to the climax of the festival, Mr. Speaker, I don't know. Mr. Speaker, the event that led to the climax of the festival, in fact, from the sighting of the moon on the Damba, for the Damba, drumming and dancing will start in various chief palaces. That event go for about 9 days, and for the 10th day, then they do the climax of the Damba itself. It is important to note that the drummers are very significant in the celebration of Damba. From the time it starts, from day 1 to the 10th day, the gongong beaters will start appellation to various chiefs, those who are no more and those who are still on the throne, to be able to let people know the history of Damba. But this year Damba was very unique. It was unique because various chief palaces in Dagbon, for instance, were very celebrating it. In 2020, His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Ghana, Na Abu Dhani I, the peacemaker in the northern region, who have paved the way for us to start celebrating Damba again after 9 years of halt.
due to unprotected issue that was happening in the northern region. The President of the Republic was in Yendi to join us in the Damba Festival in 2020, and that paved the way for us to have a very peaceful Damba this time. And Mr. Speaker, the Dagbon Development Fund, which was also initiated, I think the minority leader led a team, Honorable Mutala and Honorable Tampuli, to the Gbewa, to the Yana, where they joined him in the celebrating of the Damba Festival, which was very beautiful. Like I rightly said, it is the only single event that brings us together, the minority leader leading all of us MPs from the northern region to celebrate the festival in Yendi. I must say that all Dambas celebrated in various localities. The best of it, Mr. Speaker, was the one that happened in Tolong. You wish to have been in Tolong to see how Mr. Sulemana and other sub-chiefs were able to celebrate the Damba. Everybody was leading to Tolong to see it's the land of tradition. Tolong is the chief warrior of the Nagewa or the Yana, and for that matter, any single tradition that needs to happen in Dagbon come from Tolong. So the people of Tolong was very happy, and the celebration of the Damba in Tolong this year was very massive. And people, all walks of life, even people from Germany and other parts of the world, descended back to Tolong to witness how the Damba was celebrated. With these few words, Mr. Speaker, I wish to thank the nephew of Honorable Yusuf for the statement that he has made. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Honorable, you get another to contribute. I give you 2 minutes. 2 minutes, do that.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, the maker of the statement. Mr. Speaker, indeed, the Dambas Festival remains a very important festival for those of us from the north. And as my colleagues have already indicated the areas of celebration, I will not want to go back to it. But it's important to note, Mr. Speaker, that this celebration, although a religious one by background, has turned more into a glorification of our chiefs and our culture and traditions. The Somo Damba, which initiates the Damba Festival, is intended to celebrate the birth of the Prophet of Islam, Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. On the 7th day comes the Nadamba, which is the naming of the Prophet, supposed to signify the day the Prophet was named. Mr. Speaker, this narrative is very important in the history of the Damba Festival, to the extent that in the northern part of Ghana, and especially in Muslim communities, we name our children after birth on the 7th day. Indeed, in Islam, apart from the Holy Quran, which guides the practice of Islam, the Hadith, which is the news or the stories, is the traditions of the Prophet. And so, in religious terms, our naming ceremonies are a direct reflection of the Damba Festival that we organize annually. Mr. Speaker, showcasing the Damba Festival is the activities of praise singers. These praise singers are polyglots who speak various languages in the north. They have a way of imbibing and internalizing everybody's history. When they see the chief, they can tell your history from when your great-great-grandfather was a chief. When they see distinguished people, they are able to tell their story. And when these people appreciate and identify with the story of the praise singers, they either give them the V sign, which signifies peace, first and foremost, or they spray them with money, to show appreciation. Mr. Speaker, the smoke industry is the one industry that benefits greatly from the Damba Festival annually. And I think it's something needs to begin to look at to make it part of the activities of this country in order that it will grow. Finally, Mr. Speaker, the Damba Festival 2021 is not altogether over. From tomorrow, His Majesty the Buperua Abdul Jinapo II is celebrating his Damba in Bupe. The activities start tomorrow and climaxes on Saturday. And so I want to encourage my colleagues who haven't had the opportunity to witness a Damba festival before, if they have the time, to try and make their way to Bupe to join His Majesty Jinapo II to celebrate the Damba Fest in Bupe. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity.
Very well. So we go to the second statement, and that statement is from the member for Tichima North, Honorable Elizabeth Ofusu Ejari. And the statement is on cashew production, the enactment of the Tree Crop Development Act, and the elusive pricing regulatory regime in Ghana. Honorable Member, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity to make a statement on cashew production, the enactment of the Tree Crop Development Act, and the elusive pricing regulatory regime in Ghana. Mr. Speaker, it's very interesting that Cashew Traders and Exporters Association of Ghana is having its annual conference today in Sunyani as I make a case for the cashew industry. Mr. Speaker, the cashew industry in Ghana has seen tremendous expansion over the last 10 years. Africa Cashew Initiative, now known as Competitive Cashew Initiative, CASHCOM, made an analysis in 2010 and reviewed that Ghana exported 61,590 tons of raw cashew nuts valued at $45,037 million in 2008. Mr. Speaker, data from Ghana Shapers Authority and Ghana Export Promotion Authority indicate that in 2019, the country exported 394,452 tons of raw cashew nuts valued at $237,889,169 United States dollars. Mr. Speaker, Ghana Export Promotion Authority again reported that cashew was the only agricultural product that made it to the top 10 non-traditional export products with a contribution of 55.29% of the total subsector earning. Mr. Speaker, the above data is not only indicative of the rising trend, but the potential for this cash crop as one of the mainstays of the Ghanaian economy. Africa Cashew Alliance, ACA, published an article on its website on 30th October 2020 with the caption, "The Cashew Council Ghana, an Overview." In the said article, Mr. Speaker, the ACA argued that the cashew industry in Ghana is a source of direct and indirect employment and income for about 1 million families. This includes farmers, buyers, exporters, and processors. Of this number, about 40% are women. Studies by the African Development Bank, the Ministry of Food and Agriculture, African Cashew Alliance, Competitive Cashew Initiative, and Walker Institute have all alluded to the fact that proper regulation of the sector has enormous potential of creating additional income for the rural population and and the subsequent reduction of poverty. Mr. Speaker, in my constituency alone, Techiman North, an estimated 17,624.8 hectares of land is under cashew production, with about 54,405.45 metric tons production per annum. This contributes to about 52% of farmers' income in my constituency. Mr. Speaker, pricing of raw cashew nut has been a long-standing tussle among farmers, traders, exporters, and processors in Ghana. Price volatility in the industry is a major concern to the rural cashew farmer. As a response to this problem, and among many others, this August House in 2019 passed the Tree Crop Development Act, Act 1010, with same gazetted on 30th December 2019. Mr. Speaker, the Act provides for the establishment of a board to be responsible for the development of policies and programs to regulate the pricing and marketing of tree crops such as cashew. The Act 1010 further provides for the establishment of regional offices in all the regions of Ghana. Mr. Speaker, as we speak, the board has been established, yet cashew price remains unregulated. The authority is not present in the region as required by the Act. As a result, cashew farmers, traders, buyers, exporters, and processors are still grappling with price volatility in the industry. Mr. Speaker, it is not healthy for the development of cashew industry in Ghana. I'm aware that the Ministry of Food and Agriculture has distributed new improved seedlings to cashew farmers under the Planting for Export and Rural Development Program. If the authority does not act swiftly on the conundrum surrounding the cashew pricing, it may disincentivize farmers to further expand its cultivation. And that will obviously defeat the purpose of new seedlings distribution. Mr. Speaker, it is important to stress that the economic benefit of cashew to farmers is derived from favorable and stable pricing. Anything short of that may derail the export potential of raw cashew nuts. This is even more important at the time Ghana Export Promotion Authority estimates an untapped potential of $600 million in this sector alone. Mr. Speaker, it is therefore important for the board to expedite action to ensure the presence of authority in the regions and develop modalities for the pricing of all these important products. Mr. Speaker, efforts should be made in the medium term to encourage value addition to cashew nuts before their exports. This will help the country to retain a greater proportion of the value created in the global cashew market. In Côte d'Ivoire, which is the largest cashew producer in Africa, Mr. Speaker, the government has put policies in place to support local processing of raw cashew. These include subsidies for cashew kernel exported, tax on raw cashew, as well as a government guarantee fund to support processors pre-finance the purchase of raw cashew nuts. Mr. Speaker, value addition in the Ghanaian cashew sector holds the potential of sustainable development goals through job creation, poverty reduction, and rural development. Cashew byproducts such as cashew apple, tester, and cashew nut liquid, which are considered agricultural waste and discarded, can be commercialized through value addition. This can help create employment and diversify the income sources of cashew farmers. Mr. Speaker, the time to act is now. As a country making every effort to consolidate our gains, to sustain our middle income status, it is incumbent on us to take advantage of the prospects that we have. I therefore pray and urge this August House to, as a matter of urgency, encourage government to constitute regional officers to oversee the progress of cashew industry for employment generation, expansion of the economy, for the development of our mother Ghana. I thank you sincerely for this opportunity to make a case for cashew in Ghana. Thank you very much.
Very well. I will invite Honorable Member for Buakwa South. Honorable.
Yes. Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity to come through to the statement of the floor. I'm gladdened that it came from a colleague at the bar, and she's done justice to the topic. It is well researched, and I'm excited about it. Honorable Speaker, I have made some toddler steps to be a cashew farmer. And it is very interesting that sometimes the nation is fixated with cocoa, and that everything is cocoa, everything is cocoa. But if you don't diversify and concentrate on very crops like cashew, will be shortchanged in the end. So I think the government should give its best, attention to cashew production, as to a large measure is going to augment what we derive from the cocoa sector. But the point of this statement, which is very, very significant for me, is how to make ourselves very competitive on the world market. Honorable Speaker, if we believe that we should be exporters of raw material, what President Akufo-Addo described some time back as a Gettysburg economy, we will not have much to boast about. Anybody who is interested in exporting what is raw, even if it's alumina and bauxite and those, natural resources, will not have a lot of money. Therefore, it is imperative that we should package our own cashew here in Ghana, so that individuals in the United Kingdom will find the cashew that we process in Ghana so delicious that they will pay pound sterling, good pound sterling to, import them into their country. And to such a time that we'll be able to penetrate the market of the EU and then America and even China, where they import our finished products. I don't know the packaging that we want to put it, and pay hard currency for it. Honorable Speaker, this issue of pricing that she touched on will never be resolved properly in our favor. The whole world is moving towards finished products. And when you import finished products, that value addition she stressed will be there, and you'll get a price for the product. So I thank the maker of the statement, and I think this is one of the most important statements preceding the budget. Why? Because we have a lot of potential for this economy, but if we are fixated with traditional lines of revenue, I'm afraid the nation will not move forward. I'm grateful to Right Honourable Speaker for your kind indulgence.
Let me give the opportunity to Honorable Member for Sola. He hasn't spoken today.
I thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity. Mr. Speaker, let me thank the maker of the statement for this wonderful statement made. Cashew production in Ghana affects many lives, especially widows from the Savannah region, the Bono region, and other 5 regions, because research shows that cashew does well in about 7 regions in Ghana. And Mr. Speaker, there's no doubt that cashew gives a lot of employment to our people. In Solatuna, Kalba district, for instance, most of the young people are into cashew production. But like the statement said, we need to do a lot to ensure that our production of the cashew is increased, and also the production of cashew should attract many more people into the farming. Mr. Speaker, cashew gave Ghana a lot of money in 2016. In 2016, cashew sold per ton as $663.45 US. Unfortunately, 2017, it reduced to $1,336.55. The Speaker, 2018, it went up a bit, $1,628.39, but unfortunately, 2019, the Speaker, the price went down as low as $871.61 per ton. Mr. Speaker, we keep asking the youth to go into farming. These are the opportunities that we have to create for them. We can only do that if we make the farming of cashew attractive. Cashew, apart from the money that it gives to the nation, has a lot of health benefits. A few of them, Mr. Speaker, let me mention. One, it has low sugar, and so it's good, and it is rich in fiber. Mr. Speaker, heart-healthy fats are found in cashew. And also, cashew has a lot of nutrients. Mr. Speaker, we need to encourage cashew production. We need to make it attractive to let people go into it. I thank the maker of the statement once again, and also thank you for the opportunity. Thank you.
Yes, finally. Yes. No, not Asujamai. He hasn't spoken today. So that's why I'm not calling Honorable Dr. Kwabadonko. Yes.
Thank you very much.
But be snappy, please.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. I wish to thank the maker of the statement for a very good job done. She's done a thorough research and has demonstrated it. Mr. Speaker, I'd just like to add that as a country, we need to appreciate the full value and contribution that cashew can make to our economy, and therefore invest in arrangements that will help us harness the full benefit of this crop. Mr. Speaker, it's obvious that we are facing some challenges in a traditional cash crop such as the cocoa, and so cashew and shea nuts becomes a very viable alternative that the nation Ghana must invest consciously in harnessing the potential of these trees. As the Ministry of Agriculture gives seedlings to farmers to plant, it means that they have a potential of ensuring that the vegetation cover of this country is also enhanced, which has a potential of getting us on carbon sinks to be able to contribute to efforts at combating climate change, etc., etc. Mr. Speaker, one obvious challenge is the price setting arrangements that we have in the country. Farmers cannot predict what price they will have their cashew selling for. 1 year in, cashew prices are good, everybody gets serious with it, and then a year out, the prices go down. Mr. Speaker, I see you are minded with the time. I'll just want to wrap up by saying that it is important that we see action on the Tree Development Authority whose act was published in 2019. As of now, we don't see any action happening there, and I wish to use this space, Mr. Speaker, to call on the Ministry for Agriculture to take steps to make sure that the Tree Development Authority comes upstream fully and supported to be able to put in place these arrangements to help bring some sanity to the sector of cashew and shea. I thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for this opportunity.
Thank you very much. From which constituency? Your constituency?
Why East?
Why East?
And Deputy Ranking for Agric. I noticed Mr. Speaker have been avoiding.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thank you. Let's now take the last statement, and this is a commemorative statement in honor of our colleague, the late Honorable Reverend Joseph Asare-Akoto, former Member of Parliament for Sujaman constituency. Honorable Member for Sujaman will take this statement.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Honorable Reverend Dr. Joseph Asare-Akoto was born in 1951 on Christmas Day to Oheneba Openyin Andrews Kwabena Utukwa Akoto and Oba Penyin Beatrice Mame Afo Ashong, both of Akomufi and of blessed memory. Kweku Asare, as he was fondly called, was the fifth of 6 children. He enrolled at Accra Polytechnic, now Accra Technical University, from 1970 to 1973, where he obtained the City and Guilds finals in refrigeration and air condition engineering. After completing his polytechnic studies, Kweku Asare traveled to the United States of America from 1973 to 76 and worked as an engineer in air compressor in Buffalo, New York State. After 3 years in the States, he relocated to London, United Kingdom from 1977 to 1980 and joined Cadbury Sweat Company as a refrigeration technician. Ever the sojourner, Kweku Asare again relocated to Germany from 1980 to 82, where he practiced as a private refrigeration and air conditioner engineer. It can be said that Kweku Asare's hallmarks as an astute entrepreneur and industrialist were inherited from his parents. He would always conceive a business idea and translate it into a viable business. This saw him venturing into farming, small-scale mining, and several other enterprises. He actually set up a small factory to produce corn drink, locally known as Asana, for export. Between 2013 till date, he established and managed a spark plug factory, that's the King's Impex Limited, sited in Akosombo, which exports its products to neighboring West African countries. He again established a cassava processing line factory, also sited in Akosombo. He was a creative thinker and analyst and was very determined. He traveled to the United States of America in 2016 and enrolled at University of South Carolina, where he was awarded with a ministerial certificate. In 2008, he was awarded by the same university with an honorary doctorate degree in humanities and conflict resolution. Kweku Asare valued education and continuous personal development, and so in 2009 he enrolled at the Ghana Institute of Management and Public Administration and received a certificate in customized good corporate governance. Here in the precinct of Parliament, Mr. Speaker, many are those that would see me and remark that your former MP would always bring us tilapia from Akosombo, maybe a subtle way of reminding me to do same. Mr. Speaker, in 1982, while pursuing his professional career, he felt the calling of God on his life and enrolled in a Bible school, following which he was ordained as a minister of the gospel in Germany. From 1982 till his passing, due to his meritorious efforts, he held executive membership and was advisor to the board of directors of Lighthouse Bible School in the USA. His love for the Lord knew no bounds, and he extended Christ-like love and kindness to all who came across his path without discrimination. He established and managed a Bible school alongside the Church of Philadelphia, which he founded between 1991 and 2002 with branches in Togo and Liberia. The Bible school trained pastors, church leaders, religious counselors, and freelance pastors in Accra. His work in the Lord's Vineyard unsurprisingly earned him the accolade of Osofo, a title for which he was well known all over Sojaman. To give further expression to his passion for public service, Honorable Joseph Asare Akoto first attempted to come to Parliament as an independent candidate in 2004 with tilapia as a symbol. He, however, represented the people of Esojama on the ticket of the National Democratic Congress in 2008. So he became the Member of Parliament in the 5th Parliament. Throughout his political life, he held on to his values of honesty and fairness, and that got him his nickname, Sape, to wit, that is exactly how it has to be. During his term of office as a Member of Parliament, he was appointed to serve on the board of the Volta River Authority and its subsidiary, the Volta Lake Transport Company Limited. Kweku Asare was a royal of Nenana, that is the grandson of the chief of the stock of Utumfo Akoto Abebil II, Apomuhne, from 1887 to 1909, popularly known as Nana Okra Akoto's lineage, whose son was of Neba Andrews Kwabena Otuko Akoto. Kweku Asare's mother was also the niece of Odeneho Kwafo Akoto II, with his elder sister currently occupying the Afemu Abuabu stool. Kweku Asare, however, did not hide behind the privileges of royal birth, but rather forged his own destiny in the fires of hard work, excellence, love for man, and fear of God. One of Ghana's and Asojaman's finest human beings may have checked out permanently and will be laid to rest this Saturday, 6th November 2021, but not before setting the pace for those of us with lofty aspirations towards the greater good of humanity. Debri Fadie Osofo, Kweku Asare, Nantiye. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Thanks. So now I'll come to Honorable Dr. Kabradonko. Then afterwards, I think, Leader, you will conclude.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The departed comrade was one of those few reverend ministers who have blessed this chamber with their presence. The general Ghanaian public often finds politics and mission, be it Islamic or Christian mission, almost incompatible. But a few of them have been trailblazers. They have been able to combine the compassion of religious leadership and the passion for national development. The combination of compassion and passion finding expression in the same legislator is what best epitomizes our essence on earth. I knew the late legislator, the late comrade in the 6th Parliament. I happened to be one of a first-timer in Parliament then, and we got on extremely well. He was one Reverend Minister who did not wear his piety on his arm, mingled with all on both sides, counseled as when counseling was necessary, encouraged as when we were down, and preached to us when we needed to be preached to. Today he's no more. He's taking the lead to the destination where we will all go. Therefore, in his memory, I will recommend to my colleagues and those who did not have the benefit of knowing him in this house, that it is possible to combine passion for national development, a passion for nationalism, and yet the compassion for souls. Mr. Speaker, I thank you for the opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes, Honorable Minority.
Thank you, Leader. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me the opportunity to make few comments on the person of one of our colleagues, Honorable Reverend Dr. Asare Akoto. Mr. Speaker, I came to Parliament together with him in the 5th Parliament in 2009. Mr. Speaker, he used to sit just here, very friendly and very accessible by all. Mr. Speaker, he used his religious leadership skills together with Honorable Kwesi Bejira and Honorable Phrase Bafo, always to bring we the backbenchers together. Mr. Speaker, we together with him organized what we then call Backbencher United. And I believe when I say Backbencher United, the Honorable Atachia, who was here together with us, will understand it very well. Mr. Speaker, we used to use the Backbencher United skills to bring the two sides together, because there was only slim majority. I think the difference was just 7 MPs. Yes, it was just difference 7. So you needed always somebody who could bring two people or two sides together. Mr. Speaker, even though there was a slim margin, it was difficult to identify who belonged to her because of the formation was what we then call Backbencher United. We could do a lot of things. But Mr. Speaker, this brings to mind, within this week, you alone presiding, not too long ago, the Honorable MP for Navrongo Central brought a commemorative statement on the passing away of his former MP, Honorable Joseph Kufiada. As we are here, not too long ago, we are going to have another statement. I think we had another statement on Honorable Gershon Bediam in this meeting alone. Then Honorable Ahmad Denyuado in this meeting alone. The Honorable former MP for Kwamdanso, I've forgotten the name. So, Mr. Speaker, the rate at which former MPs are dying calls for some kind of thinking. Because this was a colleague, I came here with him. We were just, he may be just maybe 1 or 2 years older than my good self. Not that old. In the 5th Parliament, then the 6th Parliament, he was kicked away by Honorable Kofi Osei Ameyal. Then, that was in 2012. 2016 again, he came for primaries. Then Honorable Ampinyakun also beat him. Then, only to be told that Honorable Ampinyakun is bringing a commemorative statement about his passing away. The work that he came to do in the 5th Parliament, he used the resources together with maybe some bank assistance to go for 2012 to lose. He came again in primaries in 2016 and lost. Mr. Speaker, the cost of medication alone, as you grow old, everything increases. So if speakership, together with leadership, may have some kind of thinking and put some small thing together to assess the causes of the death rate, high death rate of our police MPs. Because when you are here, you wouldn't feel it. But if after the elections, may God forbid, in the unlikely event that you find yourself not here, then you find wisdom in what we are saying. The Honorable P.C. Apiafori brought a very good write-up, if the Honorable Atachan may remember, about a former MP who was in a trotro car with some of his constituents. Well, he could not even afford to buy fuel to fuel his car, and he was on his way to hospital. He was pretending for people not to know that he was a former MP. Then somebody in the trotro said, this man, is that him? You look at the man's face. Somebody who used to always look for public presence, look for the media to be addressing, talking to the whole people. At a point, they tend to be hiding. What is the cause? The there may not be there. Conditions may be very tight. Mr. Speaker, this calls for mad thinking. I don't want to waste too much of your time, since I'm calling for leadership together with speakership to consider the conditions of our former MPs, the passing, the death rate of our former MPs, and how we can put some measures to think about it. Because nobody can do this if we don't do it. And it's not difficult to become a former. It is not difficult at all. Just 4 terms. There are a lot of formers. So if you are here and they are saying it and you don't feel it, the Honorable Apiafori, PC Apiafori, who said it and did so much to improve or to remedy the situation, he couldn't. So let's come together as colleagues and find ways of solving this. With these few words, Mr. Speaker, I want to join my honorable friend, together with your good self, to wish the entire family of Honorable Dr. Reverend Asare Akoto our heartfelt condolences. Mr. Speaker, may his soul rest in perfect peace. Thank you.
Yes, honorable member, like you said, I understand former member of parliament for Atroma Wabeja will also be buried over the weekend. One doctor, honorable doctor, forgotten name. He is also Atroma Kwangoma. Yes, Atroma Kwangoma. He is also going to be buried over the weekend. But honorable members, shall you rise and give 1 minute silence? May the soul of Honorable Reverend Asare Akoto and all the departed rest in perfect peace. Amen. Honorable members, I cannot find Honorable Dr. Okuvandapoy. I got the impression that he was also celebrating his birthday. I wish he was here. So even though he just left, we wish him happy birthday. Yes, leadership, may I take indication?
Mr. Speaker, my birthday too is this month, so just be noted. And if the Speaker could announce it as that of Mr. Speaker, it has been a long day, and we are very tired, and we are in your hands for adjournment.
Mr. Speaker, I am with my brother, but just to say that in opposition, it's difficult to remember even your birthday.
Honorable members, I just want to give this announcement. Tomorrow, sitting starts at 10 o'clock on the dot. Tomorrow, I will be attending another meeting after 2. You know, I'm the only speaker in Ghana now. So we will sit exactly at 10 and rise at 2. Before 2 o'clock. So on this note, and the time is beyond 2, the House is accordingly adjourned to tomorrow, 10 a.m. in the forenoon. The House stands adjourned.